But with Flyox, you can start with that and complete your payment without pay small plan. No pressure. Just consistent small payments and your trip is sorted. Do you know we can travel to Rwanda and Nairobi with 100,000 naira? Well, not just 100,000 naira. But with Flyox, you can start with that and complete your payment without pay small plan. No pressure. Just consistent small payments and your trip is sorted. Do you know we can travel to Rwanda and Nairobi with 100,000 naira? Well, not just 100,000 naira. But with Flyox, you can start with that and complete your payment without pay small plan. No pressure. Just consistent small payments and your trip is sorted. Do you know we can travel to Rwanda and Nairobi with 100,000 naira? Well, not just 100,000 naira. But with Flyox, you can start with that and complete your payment without pay small plan. No pressure. Just consistent small payments and your trip is sorted. Do you know we can travel to Rwanda and Nairobi with 100,000 naira? Well, not just 100,000 naira. But with Flyox, you can start with that and complete your payment without pay small plan. No pressure. Just consistent small payments and your trip is sorted. Do you know we can travel to Rwanda and Nairobi with 100,000 naira? Well, not just 100,000 naira. But with Flyox, you can start with that and complete your payment without pay small plan. No pressure. Just consistent small payments and your trip is sorted. Do you know we can travel to Rwanda and Nairobi with 100,000 naira? Well, not just 100,000 naira. But with Flyox, you can start with that and complete your payment without pay small plan. No pressure. Just consistent small payments and your trip is sorted. Do you know we can travel to Rwanda and Nairobi with 100,000 naira? Well, not just 100,000 naira. But with Flyox, you can start with that and complete your payment without pay small plan. No pressure. Just consistent small payments and your trip is sorted. Do you know we can travel to Rwanda and Nairobi with 100,000 naira? Well, not just 100,000 naira. But with Flyox, you can start with that can travel to Rwanda and Nairobi with 100,000 naira. Well, not just 100,000 naira. But with Flyox, you can start with that and complete your payment with our Pay Small plan. No pressure. Just consistent small payments and your trip is sorted. Do you know we can travel to Rwanda and Nairobi with 100,000 naira? Well, not just 100,000 naira. But with Flyox, you can start.
make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, me myself no do pass like this. So many things inside of my jean. Slide down, DBTs, DBTs.
Welcome, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Good morning and welcome to IndabaX Nigeria 2026. Please, with an online emoji, can you give me a clap, everyone? You are excited to be here. Please give us an emoji. Yes, excited to be here. Welcome, everyone. It's good to have everyone here with us. We want to say thank you for joining and welcome to IndabaX 2020. Welcome, everyone. Thank you. On the chat of the call, please can you drop where you are joining us from on the chat of the call so we can know where you are joining us from. So my name is Adela Lawal and I'm joining you from Ado. Nice meeting everyone. So let me go to the chat of the call and let's see who we have here. Oh, I have top. I have Emmanuel from Ilefe. Welcome, Emmanuel. I have Dodo Miriam from Ibadan. I have Vivi Obiado from Ibadan. I have May Saturday from Port Harcourt. I have Esther Oduton from Federal University of Technology, Ilaro, Ogun State. And I have Martins Oluwatobi from Abeokuta, Patrick Tega from Ains, Cameroon in Limbe. Welcome. I have Ibitowa Daniel Ayokomi from Olabisi Onabanjo University. I have Folorunsho Samuel from Lagos. I have Oladeji Tayo from University of Ibadan. I have from Unilag, Esther from Ibadan, Moses from Abuja, Florence from Lagos, Paul from Ibadan, Chimezie AJ from UI. I have Johnson Umuye from Osun State. Apologies for spelling your name wrongly. I have Dr. Sakinat, welcome from the University of Obabisi Onabanjo Agowe. I have Samson O Ajao from Bowen University. Welcome. I have Sunday Anifowoshe from University of Ibadan. I have Dr. Olukayode Oluwakemi from Olabisi Onabanjo University Agowe. Welcome. I have Afiz Ajid from Items UI. I have Alo. That's Professor. I have Professor Alo from Makerere University, Uganda. I have Ido Krishana from Chrisland University. I have Williams Oluwademilade from Lingua Labs, Lagos. I have Adenike Adewumi from Obafemi Awolowo University. They always say they are the best, right? Okay, I have Awobebe Ovi Victor Manak Knight from Canada. I have Adebisi Raimat from Olabisi Onabanjo University. I have Onifade Taiwo from OAU Ife. I have Oluwakemi Oluriola. I know her. Doctor OOU Agowe. So apologies if I'm not using the right respect. So Professor, Doctor, I apologize ahead. I'm sorry, and welcome everyone once again to IndabaX 2026. Thank you for joining us. Then here we will be having different sections that will be happening this morning. Before that, we'll be having after that, we're going to be having different breakout rooms. We have different sectioned out. So sit back and enjoy yourself. I also have Giwa Wakem Rukayat from OOU Agoweye. I have Taye Matthew Alabi from Osun State, the Director of ICT, National Youth Council of Nigeria. Oh, welcome, sir. Chikalu from Federal University of Technology, Owerri. Thank you, everyone, for joining, and it's good to have you here with us. So enjoy, sit back and enjoy your day as blissful as it is. As much as this is an online conference or an online conference for today, please make sure you are networking with somebody. Make sure you are meeting somebody. Make sure you are saying hello to somebody, and sit back and enjoy yourself. We'll be having the opening ceremony by the opening goodwill from the steering committee chairperson, the person of Dr. Sakinat. Then we have someone from the University of Ibadan, because we have the University of Ibadan being our host for the 2026 IndabaX conference. So welcome everyone. Even if you're joining us online or you'll be joining us on site, welcome to the city of Ibadan in all your states. So welcome everyone, and it's good to see everyone. Oh, thank you. It's nice to see you again next Saturday. Dr. Ne, it's good to see you. Yes. So thank you, everyone. Sit back and enjoy yourself. So, Dr. Sakinat, Can you confirm you can hear us?
Okay, Adiola, before Dr. Shekrina.
Okay, all right, Mr. Isho, you have the floor.
So we are all welcome on the call because we are having IndabaX Nigeria 2026. We'll be starting with the national anthem, and I know that the technical team are ready before we move to the next stage. Once again, you're all welcome.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Israel. He's going to be taking us through the national anthem.
In brotherhood we stand, Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign, in peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. Oh God of all creation, man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Thank you, Mr. Israel, for that, and thank you, IndabaX Nigeria. Look, I was actually going to ask us to look for the Oyo anthem, because I think Oyo State also has their own anthem, but we are representing IndabaX Nigeria, and because we are in the city of Ibadan, so that is why that. But I'll be skipping that for our hostel today. But thank you everyone for joining. So, Dr. Sekinat, can you go ahead with the welcome address before we give the Ibadan University of Ibadan sports so that welcome us properly? So over to you, Dr. Sekinat. Good morning.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to Nigeria. Welcome to IndabaX Nigeria 2026 conference. All our distinguished speakers, respected scholars that are here, industrial leaders and enthusiasts, government representatives, our partners, our sponsors, and other members of other global AI community, our students, our researchers, our innovators, and friends of Africa. Good morning and welcome to IndabaX Nigeria 2026. So I am privileged and given the honor to stand before you today at the historic University of Ibadan, one of Africa's most respected institutions of learning, as we gather yet for another defining moment in Nigeria's AI journey. So as a team lead for IndabaX Nigeria since 2018, I've had the rare privilege of witnessing the growth of this community from a bold idea into a national and continental ecosystem of researchers, builders, dreamers, and change makers. So today, looking across our virtual Zoom, and I have something remarkable to say, that all the professors and students that are here, startup founders and policymakers, engineers and social scientists, researchers and entrepreneurs, people from different regions, institutions, cultures, and backgrounds, all united in one belief that Africa must not merely participate in AI revolution, but Africa must help lead it. So we are moving from algorithm users, consumers to producers. So this deep learning endeavor actually began in 2017 in South Africa with a simple but a revolutionary mission that we should strengthen the machine learning and AI across Africa. So from this mission emerged IndabaX initiatives across different countries in Africa. So the X there actually represents different countries in Africa. And this is a local gathering designed not only to teach AI, but to grow our communities, build research capacities, encourage collaboration, and create African-centered innovation. So this IndabaX Nigeria became part of that movement with a dream to create a unified platform representing the diverse AI ecosystem within Nigeria. And today, that dream continues to grow. We started our first IndabaX conference actually happened in Unilag in 2019. 2022, because of COVID, happened at Olabisi Onabanjo University. Next was the University of Ibadan. We now went to Okoirese in Kwara State for Thomas Adewumi University. We also went to Abuja, Miva Open University. So last year we went back to Kwara Summit University. We are now back again here at University of Ibadan. So IndabaX Nigeria has evolved into one of the country's most important AI gathering, not because of size alone, but because of the community. So this conference actually represents collaboration across academia, industry, startups, policy, non-profit organizations, and grassroots communities, including Data Science Nigeria, our biggest supporter, AI Saturdays, both in Lagos and Ibadan. The Women in AI Initiative, our research labs, innovative hubs, and universities across the nation. So what makes this IndabaX Nigeria unique is that it is not owned by one institution. It belongs to the AI community in Nigeria. And that spirit matters now more than ever because we are entering a new era in AI. The era of experimentation is ending. The era of deployment has begun. So this year's theme is we are building scalable AI that works from research to deployment in resource-constrained environments. So this our team actually captures one of the most urgent conversations in global AI today. And around the world, impressive AI systems are being built with massive computational infrastructures, enormous proprietary data sets, and billions of dollars in investment. But here in Africa, our realities are different. Many brilliant researchers, they work with limited compute power, limited funding, unstable electricity, high internet costs, restricted GPU access, small data sets, and underrepresented languages. Yet, despite all these constraints, Africa continues to produce innovation. Why? Because necessity forces creativity. So Africans are now leading how to build efficient AI, practical AI, adaptive, resilient, and cultural. So AI system designed not to be perfect for laboratory environment, but for real people in real communities. And this is where Africa may ultimately contribute something unique to the world. So because of this scalability, it's not only about building larger models. Truly, scalability means systems that can survive reality, models that can build function with limited bandwidth and others. So as researchers, we must now move beyond the mindset of, can we train model, to asking, can society use this? That shift from experimentation to implementation is one of the defining goals of this IndabaX Nigeria 2026. And this year, again, we celebrate another historic milestone. Selected conference papers and proceedings will appear in the internationally recognized Proceedings of Machine Learning Research, volume 319. This achievement is deeply significant. For too long, African researchers has been underrepresented in global AI conversation. Yet, African researchers are now solving some of the world's most complex challenges: healthcare accessibility, financial inclusion, multi-language, NLP, and others. So this publication milestone signals that African scholarship is gaining the visibility it deserves. But let us remember that publication is not the finish line, but the real impact begins after publication. So when solution leaves papers and enter community, when system leave notebooks to reach people, when innovation improves life, that is the future we must build together. So at IndabaX Nigeria, we strongly believe that the future of AI must include women, young researchers, students, underrepresented communities, and individuals who may never have had access to opportunities. So we ask questions, many different questions, and also encourage us to network boldly, both virtually and physically tomorrow. You collaborate fearlessly. That is our signature. And never underestimate your potential contribution to AI future. So over today and tomorrow, we engage in keynote sessions, technical workshops, deployment labs, and others. So women in AI engagement, so we encourage you to engage with the women. It will happen later again today. Hackathons and interdisciplinary conversations planning. So our conversation mainly centers on machine learning, but we also extend it to deep learning, computer vision, NLP, and others, and scalable AI for low resource environments. We are especially proud that this year conversation go beyond theory towards implementation. So because of the future belongs to not only those who invent AI, but those who successfully operationalize its responsibility and sustainability. I would like to sincerely appreciate the leadership and management of UI for hosting us and supporting this important gathering. I also extend my heartfelt appreciation to our keynote speakers, our trainers, our paper reviewers, our volunteers, especially the local organizing committee members. They are super, super wonderful. All our sponsors, our collaborators, and our partner organizations. So behind every successful conference are countless unseen sacrifices, like late night meetings, technical troubleshooting, paper reviews, travel coordination, fundraising efforts, mentorship, and others. To everyone working behind the scene, that is my team. They are the best. They are super. Thank you for keeping this vision alive. And finally, let me leave us with this thought. Artificial intelligence is transforming the world rapidly. But the question now is, AI is no longer whether African will use AI or not. So the real question is, will Africa shape AI in ways that reflect our realities, our values, cultures, and aspirations? So will we become creators instead of consumers, builders instead of spectators, or leaders instead of followers? So I believe we can do all of this. So on behalf of the entire IndabaX Nigeria community and the DLI Global at large, I welcome you all to IndabaX 2026. Thank you, and may this conference inspire partnerships, ideas, and solutions that transform Nigeria and Africa and the world. My name is Dr. Sekinat Folorunso. I'm an associate professor of AI system and the team lead for IndabaX Nigeria. Thank you so much.
With an emoji, let's give a round of applause to Dr. Sekinat. That was an amazing speech. Thank you, Dr. Sekinat. It's good to have you. Thank you for having us. Thank you, Dr. Sekinat. Really appreciate it. Right, thank you. Moving on. So if you're excited to be in UI tomorrow, if you're accepted to come for the on-site conference, because we're having the online and on-site, and you're excited to be here, please be here tomorrow early, as we'll be having a vice chancellor in the floor. So he'll be coming to say hello to us tomorrow, so you can be around as early as possible to come and say hello to the vice chancellor of University of Ibadan. Right about now, we'll be having so we have so many, then it comes to when there's hierarchy, right? So next we'll be having we're going to be having Professor A.B. Adeyemo. He is the Dean Faculty of Computing, and he will be giving us the opening speech for today. Sir, please can you confirm you are online? Professor Adeyemo, are you here, sir? Hello, Prof.
He's muted.
He's muted. Okay. Hello, sir. Please, your mic is muted. Please, can you unmute your mic, sir? Professor Adeyemo, are you here, sir? Okay. Yes, sir. Your mic is muted, sir. Please, can you check your mic?
Let me ring it from here.
Okay, so while that is ongoing, we'll be having this speech from the, like I said, for those that are excited to join us on site tomorrow, and if you are here as early as possible, we'll be meeting with the Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan. He'll be coming around to say hello to us and welcome us to the city of Ibadan. So welcome everyone once again. We'll be having 2 breakout sessions, like you've checked the program. The 2 breakout sessions are going to be having 2 different breakout rooms. In these rooms, different sessions will be ongoing simultaneously. Please try as much as possible to get your pen, your paper, and have all these jottings ongoing as much as possible. Also, we have some of our sponsors online. Let's see if Flux is on the call. Hello, Flux, are you here? So Flux is a travel agency. So if you need anything travel, they help organize that. Flux, please, are you here?
Hi, good morning.
Okay, good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am. This is Opolua from Flyox.
I apologize, Flyox.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, so thank you for having us at IndabaX this year. We are very grateful for the opportunity that you guys have given to us. So just to brief you guys about our what we are into and about our service. So I'll just start with like a very simple question. You know, how many people have actually delayed their trip before because not because they don't want to travel anyways, but because of the entire process. Sometimes it might feel stressful or it might feel confusing, and you can imagine what people lose because of this, business opportunities, international exposure, rest, the list goes on like that and like that, experiences, networking. And the truth is that many Africans do not, they don't lack, they don't want to, many Africans don't avoid travel, let me put it like that, because of the lack of the money. Sometimes they just feel like it is very stressful for them to plan. And today you see that nobody wants to spend hours, comparing flights or worrying about visa applications or even planning itineraries. Nobody wants to spend hours comparing flights or worrying about visa applications, planning itineraries, or even trying to figure out like the whole travel experience, at once. And beyond, and the thing is like, beyond all this, people don't understand that travel is even deeper than that. Travel is a lifestyle, it's a process, it gives you access, it gives you position, it gives you global relevance, and what people are actually looking for in travel is that they are looking for seamless experience, they want convenience, and they want premium experience without all this necessary stress that I've listed earlier. And this is where Flyox comes in. Flyox is a travel agency, it's a travel tech agency that is helping Nigerians, that is helping Africans plan smarter, that is helping Nigerians plan travel smarter, you understand? It's helping them plan it easier and make it easier and, more confidently. And, the kind of service that we run actually for now, we run most of the travel products, ranging from flights, international flight bookings to visa assistance to corporate travel management, group travel management, team bonding, and all this curated group tours that people do nowadays. So these are the things that we actually run for now. And instead of someone spending weeks looking for hotels in Rwanda or hotels in Rwanda or even places to visit in Kenya, Flyox has actually come up with these itineraries, and we have them on our website. Actually, we have these places on our website. And one thing that we have done to even make it easier is that we have come up with a pay small plan, which is on our website. Actually, we've come up with a pay small plan that helps you to pay at your own convenience, helps you to pay at your own pace, you understand? And it relieves you of this stress of trying to think of where you want to get your total money for travels from, you understand? So, and this is actually what we have actually come up with. And Flyox is we are also helping people to avoid the risk of procrastinating travels, you understand, because of all this stress that people go through because of traveling. So if you are interested in travels, if you are interested in booking flights, going for tours, planning team bonding trips for your company, you can actually reach out to FlyOx. You can reach out to FlyOx at www.flyox.com. You see our contact there, and you can also send us a mail at info@flyox.com, and you would get a response from one of our representatives. Once again, it is actually very, 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 I'm actually very grateful for this opportunity that you're giving to FlyOx to actually be one of the sponsors of this event this year. Thank you very much. And
thank you
do
so
have
much.
a nice day, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can drop your site for us on the chat of the call. If anyone needs the service, we can always reach out to you. Thank you. So moving on, Professor Adeyemo is supposed to give us the opening remark, but we have Mr. Ahmed Olarinwaju. Please proceed with it. Welcome everyone once again. Mr. Ahmed Olarinwaju, your mic is muted. If you are speaking to us, we cannot hear you. Please.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. I'm so sorry. Professor Adeyemo has a bit of technical challenge, so I'll be standing in for him. Please confirm if you can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much. The Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan, distinguished professors and members of the University Senate, honored speakers and panelists, industry partners and sponsors, faculty colleagues, our wonderful students and young researchers, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and a most hearty welcome to the University of Ibadan. It is my singular honor and privilege as Dean of the Faculty of Computing to stand before you today and formally welcome you to the Deep Learning IndabaX Nigeria 2026. This occasion carries a particular warmth for this institution because the University of Ibadan is not a stranger to IndabaX. 4 years ago in September 2022, this campus opened its doors to the IndabaX Nigeria community for the first time. Welcomed over 200 participants for what was then a young but already energetic gathering of AI minds. That edition themed around responsible AI and futuristic technologies planted a seed on this campus. Today, we are proud to say that that seed has grown. We welcome you back to UI. UI is hosting IndabaX for the second time, and we intend to make it count. From those early days, the movement has grown remarkably. In 2023, the community gathered at Thomas Adewe University in Kwara. In 2024, Maple University. In 2025, Summit University in Ofa took the baton. And now, in 2026, Ibadan welcomes the family back with greater attendance, a richer program, and the full weight of Nigeria's premier university behind it. I must pause here and say something that must be said cleanly and without reservation. What you see today, this event, this program, these days of learning and fellowship did not happen by accident. It happened because a group of remarkable, selfless people refused to let it fail. The organizers of IndabaX Nigeria 2026 faced setbacks that would have caused many to fold. Challenges that tested their resolve and their resourcefulness, and yet they held on. They problem solved in the background, often quietly, often without acknowledgement, often at personal cost. They sent the emails no one sees, made the calls no one hears, negotiated the arrangement no one applauds. And so that this morning, you could walk into this hall and take your seat, even though it is virtual. I want those individuals to know this university sees you, this community sees you, and we are deeply, genuinely grateful. To the lead organizer, Dr. Sekinat Folonsho of Olabisi Onabanjo University, your tenacity and vision have been the spine of this movement for years. From the very first edition, you have been a constant, the one who shows up, one who follows through, and one who carries this community forward regardless of the obstacles. This edition, like those before it, bears your fingerprints. Thank you. I also wish to make special and well-deserved mention of a colleague whose contribution to this edition, and indeed to the university's relationship with IndabaX, cannot be overstated, Professor Olufade. He has been part of this story since 2022, when he served as a co-organizer of the first UI edition. He has never truly stepped away. For IndabaX Nigeria 2026, Professor Olufade's support was not merely symbolic, it was structural. He gave his time, his institutional influence, and his personal commitment to ensure that this event had the foundation it needed, especially in the moments when the road ahead was uncertain. On behalf of the Faculty of Computing, the University of Ibadan, and the entire IndabaX Nigeria community, I say to you, thank you, Professor. Your investment in this vision is seen, it is valued, and it will not be forgotten. Now to the team before us, building scalable AI that works, from research to deployment in a resource-constrained environment. This is not an abstract academic exercise. This is the defining challenge of our generation as African technologists. The world's most powerful AI models are often designed in context of abundant compute, reliable infrastructure, and deep capital. We, in many cases, operate differently. Our power infrastructure fluctuates. Our internet connectivity is not universal. Our research budget are stretched. And yet, it is in exactly this condition that some of the most innovative and impactful solutions in computing history have been forged. IndabaX exists to say, African researchers are not waiting to be invited to the table. We are building our own tables in our own institutions, solving our problems, and the world is increasingly recognizing that these solutions have global relevance. This SET program spans 2 days, open with a virtual day of talks, an engagement that brings participants from across Nigeria and beyond into one digital space, followed by in-person sessions here on campus tomorrow, filled with paper presentations, workshops, poster sessions, and the kind of conversation that only happen when brilliant minds are in the same room. The research papers, poster presentations, workshops, and conversations that will unfold over these days represent something far greater than a conference program. They represent a generation of Nigerians and Africans claiming their rightful place in the global AI landscape. We note with immense pride that IndabaX Nigeria proceedings are published in the process of machine learning research, PLMR, indexed in Scopus, DBLP, and Google Scholar. This is not a local conference. This is a world-class scholarship produced on African soil. To our speakers and invited guests who have given their time and expertise, thank you for investing in the next generation. To our sponsors and partners, your support makes this ecosystem possible. And to each student and young researchers in this room, I charge you, be bold this week. Engage, question, collaborate. The colleague beside you may be the co-author, the co-founder, or the collaborator who shapes your career. Do not leave without making that connection. The Faculty of Computing at the University of Ibadan stands committed to advancing AI research and education that is rooted in African realities and oriented toward African solutions. We are proud to be your hosts. Once again, we are proud to be your partners. On that note, it is my great pleasure and honor to declare the Deep Learning IndabaX Nigeria 2026 officially open. Welcome back to UI. Welcome back to Ibadan, the cradle of learning. Welcome, Professor A.B. Adeyemo, Dean, Faculty of Computing, University of... Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, thank you so much. Welcome everyone once again to the University of Ibadan. So we'll be hearing our grand speech tomorrow from the Vice Chancellor tomorrow to welcome us properly to the university, formally, and also to the city of Ibadan. All right, thank you so much. Moving on, we'll be having our speaker, Mr. Kingsley. Are you there? All right, also let me look for the program. The program link will be sent to the chat of the call, so we can also look through it and check the rooms. So while we are getting the first speaker coming up, we have solar people that have joined us, and we see someone from I think we have Okwade Uluwayemisi from Ibadan. We have Bukola Onyekelu from Elizade University. We have Sunday Peter Afolabi from University of Lagos. We have Yoluwa Dontaiwo from Macpherson University. We say welcome Adedokun Adetoye from University of Ibadan. We have Adedoyin Esther Amo Omidundun. Sorry. Welcome, ma'am. And we have Dr. Oluwaseyi from Leeds Teaching University. We have Dr. Adeora from the University of Nigeria. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Over to you, Mr. Kingsley. Are you here?
Good morning, everyone. I trust you are doing well. Glad to have everyone on the call. It's really good to have everyone on the call, and I'm glad that we are all here today to enjoy the conference. So, up next, we will be going to the breakout room. We have series of presentation going on that will be going on in the breakout room, after which we will end the session with end the day with the women in AI session. So to make it easy, I will drop I have shared the email, I've shared the sheet for today's event with everyone on the call. I mean, if you joining the call means that you received my email, for the session. So we'll be having two breakout rooms and one main session. Those that will be in those rooms have already been notified about their session. So we will first start the session this morning with starting with the first room, which is the main room, will be a systematic review of causal machine learning approach to road crash analysis by Ogbonna Emmanuel. After room 1, we'll be having the FEG GNN, a privacy preserving and fairness aware federated graph neural network for fraud detection by Dan Kohn. Apologies if I am not pronouncing the name well. And also in the next room, we'll be having detecting phishing email in Nigerian Pidgin English using dialect aware with behavioral NLP framework by Zubaida Mukhtar Al Hassan. Apologies if I also did not pronounce your name well. So as the sessions are going on, if we'll be changing if there is need to any updates, as to the next session after that, we would update everyone. So we'll be opening the breakout room immediately. You could just join any breakout room that catches your attention. I mean, any breakout room that you would love to join, you could just join them. So we'll drop the sessions on the chat and also rename the breakout room so you can know which of the breakout room that you want to join. Thank you all, and please let's have a great conference. As I've mentioned, the first room will be containing the first session, which I've mentioned, and afterwards the second room, the room 1 of the breakout, would contain the rooms have already been renamed, so you can see them once they are open. You would know where and which to join. Thank you all, and please let's join the rooms. So they are open already. You can just join. While just to confirm if the first speaker is on the call. Hi, Mr. Emmanuel Ogbonna, are you on the call? Emmanuel Ogbonna, are you on the call? So just hold a bit while we confirm the speakers are on the call. Okay, so while we're here to confirm Mr. Emmanuel on the call, do we have Dr. Oluriola, Dr. Oluriola from the ED AI benchmarking educator AI readiness for scalable deployment in low resource classroom? Do we have her on the call? Do we have
Um,
Dr.
Hello.
Oluriola? Okay, Mr. Patrick. So you can
Yes,
have
I'm
your.
Mr. Patrick.
Would you want to have your session now while we are awaiting the next speaker to join?
Okay. We were originally scheduled for tomorrow, but no problem.
Okay. No worries, no worries. Let's take it for tomorrow. We're trying to confirm the speaker. The other speaker for now was on the call
Okay.
earlier and it just dropped off. So just hold on while we confirm.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, do we have Mr. Muidin D. Adewale on the call for Agentic Artificial Intelligence Venture co-founder and AI operating system for lean experiment, strategic decision, and responsible scaling in technology startup? Do we have you on the call?
Yes.
Would you want to have your presentation now?
Please, you give me a minute. I need to connect through my laptop. I'm actually connected through my mobile phone
That's
right now.
totally fine. That's totally fine. We'll give some time to join to be able to present. Just to mention, the breakout is on. Please check through your phone to check which breakout you would want to join. We are not automatically assigning people to breakouts. Just check which of the breakout works you would want to follow, you want to listen to, then you can join the breakout. We have two breakout session. We have two breakout session going on. You have three breakout session. One is the main room, and the two others is we've renamed them for easy identification. The main room will be having a paper titled a session titled the Agentic Artificial Intelligence Venture Co-founder AIVC, an operating system for lean experimentation, strategic decisioning, and responsible scaling in technology startup. Mr. Muidin D. Adewale will be taking that. For room one, we have Fed Fair GNN, a privacy-preserving and fairness-aware federated graph neural network for fraud detection by Mr. Dang. And for room two, we'll be having detecting phishing email in Nigerian Pidgin English using a dialect-aware with behavioral NLP by Zubaida. These sessions are going parallel. You could join any of the session that catches your attention to learn and to ask questions from our distinguished speakers. So just check your phone. You will see breakout rooms. You could join any of them. Also, if you are unable to access the breakout, let us know so we can add you.
All right, I'm now connected through my laptop. I have two breakout room here. Which one should I connect to, please?
Yes, you are in the main room, the one you are
Main
currently.
room. Okay, all right.
Just also mention, if you're unable to join any breakout room and you want to be added to any room, please just comment on the chat. One of our team member will definitely add you to the room.
Okay. Please, can I go ahead?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Muidin Dele Adewale, and on behalf of my co-author, Dr. Amina Sambu Magaji, I'm delighted to be here at IndabaX Nigeria 2026 to share this work carried out at Tech Empowerment Foundation in Abuja with you. What we set out to answer is a question that I think sits right at the heart of this conference. When we talk about artificial intelligence and startups, are we really talking about a collection of helpful tools? Or is there something more fundamental we could be building. Today, our paper argues it is the latter, and I want to show you exactly what that looks like. So let's get into it. This is the presentation outline. This is how the next few minutes are going to go. We'll move quickly through its sections. Each section has one or two things I really want us to take away, and I will make sure those lands clearly. The spine of the talk is this. We'll talk about the problem, evidence for the solution itself, and then what we think the community should do next. Everything else answers that. Introduction. So the problem we're trying to solve with this, our work, and I want to start here with something concrete because I think it is something many of us will recognize. If you have worked with or inside a technology startup, you would know the rhythm. The rhythm is that you find yourself in an environment where you are moving fast, you are resource constrained, and you are constantly making decisions with incomplete information. So the typical response to that kind of pressure has been to reach for AI tools. Maybe a dashboard there, a code assistant there, maybe a generative content tool, and each of those things is genuinely useful. But here is the issue. All these tools are disconnected. They don't talk to each other. They don't remember what happened last month. And the activities that matter most, deciding which hypothesis to test next, knowing when to pivot, staying compliant as you scale. So those are largely still done manually. The second problem compounds the first because there's no persistent memory across experiments. Startups repeat the same costly mistakes after every pivot. The institutional learning just evaporates. So our proposition is this. What if we stopped treating AI as a toolkit and started treating it as a co-founder, not a tool that does one job well, but a persistent, goal-directed operating system that augments the founder's ability across every dimension of running the venture. That shift from silo tools to an integrated operating system, from focusing on the AI adoption to focusing on the quality of the founder AI decision loop, is what our paper, our work has solved. So that is what the AIVC, Agentic AI as Venture Co-founder, is all about. Literature review. To build the AIVC on solid ground, we reviewed the literature across 4 streams: AI in entrepreneurship, AI in lean experimentation, human AI teaming, and responsible AI governance. We screened 188 papers down to 19 through a structured Prisma protocol, and you will see that flow in a moment. What the synthesis revealed was 3 significant gaps that no single power framework had addressed together. First, existing work treats AI capabilities as districts. There's no integrated operating system architecture. Second, governance shows up in the literature as a risk list or a compliance principle, never as something embedded operationally inside the experimentation loop itself. And third, the boundary conditions. Things like data sparsity, founder AI literacy, and regulatory intensity are acknowledged but almost never operationalized as measurable moderators. So those three gaps are exactly what the AIVC that we have come up with is designed to fulfill. Moving on, the methodological approach. I want to put a quick word on method because it matters for how we interpret everything that follows. This is a conceptual theory building and design science paper, which is the phase one of a four-phase research program that we're currently undergoing. For phase one is which is what we are seeing today, integrates the four literature streams that I've mentioned earlier on and specifies the architecture. Phase two will be the prototype development. Phase three is comparative case studies. And then phase four is simulation and stress testing. We want to be transparent. All four of our propositions are hypotheses. We are not claiming empirical evidence today. What we are claiming is a rigorously specified framework and a technical architecture that is concrete enough to build from. And that's the contribution of a phase one design science paper that I'm presenting today. Now let's talk about the findings and conceptual synthesis. Now we are at the heart of the AIVC framework itself. We propose 5 interlocking capability bundles. Sensing agents continuously monitor market signals, regulatory shifts, and internal telemetry. Experimentation agents translate founder hypotheses into experiment briefs, run multi-arm bandit portfolios, and trigger pivot or persevere recommendations. Decision agents aggregate all of that evidence and are explicitly designed around human override policies. The human stays in the loop. Governance agents embody what we call governance by design, enforcing data minimization, consent checks, and immutable audit logging in line with every single agent call, not as an afterthought. And then we have venture memory that provides a structured persistent knowledge base, an experiment registry, a concept graph, a decision log that survives across pivots. So the startup doesn't start from zero every time it changes direction. So these 5 bundles work together to shape 4 measurable outcomes through 4 mediating mechanisms. Those mediating mechanisms are learning velocity, decision quality under uncertainty, execution reliability, and trust and legitimacy within investors and regulators. And critically, the technical architectures specifies these all the way down to model classes, APIs, and latency budgets across 3 development tiers. Tier 1 runs for under $200 a month. That's not aspirational. That's a design constraint we set from the beginning. Now discussion. Now let me share what I think is probably the most practically important insights in the paper, and then I'll be honest about where things can go wrong. The governance bus, the layer that intercepts every intelligent message and apply compliance checks inline, adds at most 3 to 5 milliseconds of latency per call. 3 to 5 milliseconds. That's a near zero performance cost for a layer that can materially reduce your ethics depth by the time you get to a Series A fundraising conversation. We are arguing governance is not a constraint on speed, it is a strategic asset. We also highlight synthetic market rehearsal, using clearly labeled simulated customer segment to stress test pricing and onboarding policies before you spend real money. This is particularly relevant in African markets where digital advertising budgets are constrained and A and B testing infrastructure is limited. But I want to be upfront about the failure conditions, because a framework that doesn't acknowledge its own risk is not worth much. 4 things can go wrong. The prediction paradox, over-reliance on AI rules, the founder's own ability to handle situations the system wasn't trained for. Automation bias. Founders who interact with AI VC that were proposing daily start rubber stamping its recommendations without real review. Hallucination propagation. A causal claim generated by the LLM that is wrong gets stored in future memory and then retrieved and compounded across future decisions. And state governance rule sets. If you don't update them, harmful data processing can pass through silently. It depends on alignment between the system design and the specific venture context. So those are the risks. Now I'm talking about the future work and limitations of the study. Now let me share what I think is probably the most practically important insights. We have 3 research questions that we have come up with. So 4 research questions that we have come up with that will be the basis of what our future work will be based on. Those 4 research questions are: how may agentic AI operationalize lean startup learning loops as a venture co-founder? And then the research question 2 is: which AI VC bundle most strongly predict learning velocity and decision quality? And then the 3rd research question is: what governance by design mechanism converts AI use into scalable strategic capability? Then we have the 4th question, which is: when does AI VC accelerate traction and when does it amplify hallucination or ethics depth? So our future research agenda will be to answer these 4 research questions. And of course, those boundary conditions that we've specified, they will be empirically validated in future work. Now let's talk about the contribution to knowledge. Conceptually, the AIVC shift the unit of analysis because prior work focuses on AI adoption. How many tools does the startup use? How often? We focus on the quality of the founder AI decision loop. That's a fundamentally different lens, and it changes what we measure and what we optimize for. Technically, we provide a full agent layer specification model classes, primary APIs, latency budgets, and principal failure modes for each of the 5 agents that this AI VC is based on. This is not a diagram with arrows. It's a reproducible specification that a team could use to begin a prototype as we speak. Empirically, we derive 4 operationalized propositions. The first proposition is connect experimentation agent maturity to learning velocity, measured as validated hypothesis per $10,000 of bond. Then the second one is it connects human override combined with causal validation to decision quality. Then the third one is it connects governance by design to lower ethics depth at Series A conversation. And then connect venture memory to faster product market fits after a pivot. And practically, the maturity model, we have 6 levels from 0 AI to a fully audited AI VC operating systems. This gives any founder a way to locate where they are today and a clear path to where they need to be. It is accessible from day one, even at the resource level typical of early stage African startups. So conclusively, the core claim of this paper is not that AI is useful for startup. That is not new. The claim is that the dominant paradigm, which is treating AI as a collection of siloed productivity tools, leave the most consequential decisions unaugmented and leaves the organization without memory. And we think we can do better. The AI VC proposes treating AI as a persistent, auditable co-founder, 5 bundles, 5 agents working together, governed by design, with memory that survives pivots, available at under $200 a month for startups in Lagos, London, Toronto, or Lima, as the case may be, in any of the low resource constraint environments. 3 things to remember. AI as an operating system, not a toolkit. Governance as strategy, not overhead. And incremental adoption. You don't need to implement the whole thing on day one. We are genuinely excited about the research agenda ahead, and we would love to talk with anyone in this room who may be working in adjacent spaces. Thank you all very much for your time. These are the selected references used for the work. Thank you once again. I'm happy to take questions. If you would like to follow up after the session, please reach out via the email on screen, info@shareandted.com. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was a great presentation. Please, do we have any questions for him? Any questions? Please, do you have any questions? All right. Thank you so much for your brief presentation. We'll be moving on to the next person. Please, do we have Ogboni Emmanuel Ogbonia Emmanuel on the call, please? Mr. Ogbonia
Yes.
Emmanuel, please, are you on the call?
Yes, I'm on the call.
Okay. Are you on the call, please? Okay.
Yes, I'm on the call. Can you hear me?
Thank you. I can hear you. Please go ahead. Please, can you put your slide on the slideshow so we can see everything fully?
Yes, I'm doing that.
Thank you.
All right, I believe you can see my slide better.
Oh, yes, we can. Thank you.
All right, so I'm actually using two devices. So my system audio is having issues, so I connected to my phone. So my voice will be coming through my audio, my phone, while the slide is going on my system.
Yes, please go
So,
ahead.
all right. So I'm presenting a research titled Systematic Review of Causal ML, Causal Machine Learning Approaches in Road Crash Prediction. When you look at road crash prediction over time, we've used majorly, we've used the statistical method. Then when AI machine learning took over and people start going towards the direction, but we all know the fundamental issue with just machine learning because they are black box. We don't know what is going on. And again, causality is not always, correlation is not always causality because something may happen together, but that doesn't mean that one causes the other one. So, and the field that take care of that is causal ML, trying to detect that this factor actually is the cause of this. So it's a step further, not just that things happen together that make them to or call together. And we'll find out that we've applied these approaches in other aspects. And road crash is an area in which we know, okay, can we actually say that the environmental factor, things like weather and so on and so forth, are there the things that causes a particular incidence of a road crash? So in this study, we actually try to know how people have applied this approach to solving the problem of road crash, being able to, so that we can be able to be proactive in tackling that. So these are my outline. We look at the introduction and background. We looked at the methodology, which is PISMA, because it's a systematic review. Then we looked at the results and conclude with discussion and conclusion. So when it comes to issue of road crash, road accident is very, very important. In fact, when you look at the SDG goal, it is the number 3 there. So, and any problem that can make it to SDG is a problem that we can actually focus in solving. Just like I said earlier, we've tried, traditionally we've used statistical method to detect hot spots, which is time-consuming, human error, and so on and so forth. Then till when we started using our ML approach, which give us a better way of looking at things, but ML approach also have their own issue, and the use of causal ML, causal reasoning, knowing which factor affects which factor, is the recent trend now. So you can also see in the chart, around 2000, we only have one causal ML, where we are having 8 of just predictive ML. Then in 2025, the trend, we are now having more attention because we don't just want to predict, we also want to know the causes of things. And one good thing that causal ML actually bring to table is that you can actually do counterfactual, try to replay what if, ask what if statement. What if there is rain? What if there is a traffic light in this place? What will happen? We can actually answer that using data-driven approach to do that. So that's one of the major things that causal ML bring to the table. So these are the various approaches with their strength and weakness. Causal ML, enabling counterfactual reasoning, just like I said, then and give policy and actionable insight because of its structure and the way it is. Nevertheless, okay, we also know the trend of explainable AI, which tells you why the AI makes the decision it makes. It's actually quite different from what causal ML does, because causal ML established the fact that this factor is responsible for this effect that you're seeing, while explainable AI will only tell you, okay, was as a result of this that I reached this conclusion. So they are two different things. So these are research objectives. So just like I said earlier, the methodology we used in this review is PISMA. Then we're able to search Scopus database, Web of Science, IEEE, PubMed, ACM. Then these are our query we use in searching road crash. Sometimes it can be called a road crash. Sometimes it can be called a traffic accident, road severity. Do people that work more on ML look at, okay, can we predict the severity of a crash? So these are the things that we looked at, and we're able to use that to get our initial previous work. Then we also do our exclusion, things that, of course, we search with some machine learning algorithm, XGBoost, and so on and so forth. So it gave us some of research that are not actually road crash, and we filter that we're able to get to what we have. We're able to get 35. So it's from this 35 that we are able, so you can also see the breakdown that we're able to carry out for the investigation. So our result and analysis. So basically, in the when you look at what, okay, let us not forget this. Our research, our search was from 2021 to 2025. So we bench it for that 5 years for research done between 2021 inclusive, then 2025. So some of the method we discover for predictive ML is people using random forest, XGBoost, SVM, deep learning method to predict road crashes. Then some other people that, when some of these basic ML, some of them go further to include explainability, that's having XAI on them. Then a majority of them uses sharp and line. Then we're able to find some about 4 that actually make use of causal ML, and the approaches that they use are doubly robust learning, uplifting models, and causal discovery. Causal discovery, just like I keep on saying, a way to discover that this factor actually caused this factor. We're not just saying that this caused this because they occur together. No, we've gone a step ahead to investigate that this actually caused this. So these are some of the comparison between the two. So when you look at predictive ML, we maximize prediction accuracy. Then for explainable, we try as much as possible to know why the model is predicting what is predicting. Then for causal ML, we actually look at cause and effect. So cause and effect. If we actually have this, if we have these treatments, if the weather change from sunny to windy, what kind of effect would that happen in the system? So these are various approaches, and the authors that use them. You can see the Lee et al. Use W robust learning, and so on and so forth. So these are there and what their work is all about. So implications, we actually, just like we say, we are shifting, generally we are shifting from just having machine learning as a black box to actually try to investigate what goes inside it, because knowing what goes inside it gives us a whole lot of perspective. Before now, we take LLM as they are, but just looking into it, we even give us idea on even making use of those model better. So these are things that causal ML bring to table, and integrating more, doing more research of using a causal ML approach to tackle the issue of road crash will build systems that are more accurate than just making use of traditional machine learning. So, in conclusion, some of the future work we've looked at predictive ML, interpretable ML, as used in road crash prediction or road crash analysis. Then we also look at the research that try to adapt, use the approaches of causal ML. And future work, although causal ML, there are a whole lot of techniques that is coming up on a monthly basis. We get more approaches for future direction, and other people that want to actually use this in road crash prediction
Please,
or
you
road
have
crash
1
analysis.
minute more.
All right, ma. In road crash analysis, we advise you make use of, you can also look at causal reinforcement learning, again, structural causal model, which is very nice to use. All right, thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. That was a great presentation. Please, if we have question for Emmanuel Obina, please let's drop it on the chat of the call. While Obunaya, please, if you have any questions for him, please let's drop it on the chat of the call. Bindang, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, please proceed. You have 10 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, sharing. Okay,
please, can you stop sharing your screen, Mr. Emmanuel?
Yeah, yes, I'm trying to do that, man.
Thank you. Okay,
oh,
Mr. Emmanuel, you have
I need to set the sharing screen. I mean, can someone move on, because I mean Zoom I need to set the permission on Zoom. I will come back later.
All right, thank you. While we wait for him, Dr. Roslyn Ogudokun, are you on the call?
Yes, I am.
Okay, please
Let me share my
proceed.
screen. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Emmanuel Obunaya, please, someone has questions for you on the chat of the call. Please, can you proceed to answer the person's question? Thank you.
All right, I believe you can all see my screen.
Yes, we can. Please proceed. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay. So good morning, everyone. I'm Roslyn Oluwaseun Ogundokun, and I'm here to make a presentation on my paper titled Histo Effect Cross Former. It's a novel name, and it's on cross attention CNN formal fusion with multi-scale token for ovarian cancer histopathology classification. So this is my presentation outline. I will go through the introduction, aim of the study, objective of the study, methodology, contribution to knowledge, results, discussion, conclusion, future works, and references. So as a form of introduction, ovarian cancer has remained as one of the deadest cancer globally, and it's largely due to late stage diagnosis. And we thought that if this ovarian cancer is detected as early as possible, a lot of these death issues would have been prevented, and then the management would be much earlier than it is at the late end. So the digital pathology, they faces significant challenges due to stain variability, scanner inconsistency, and also morphological complexity across the tissues sample. And then over the years, the traditional CNN has effectively captured local issues, morphology, but they struggle with a long-range conceptual relationship. And it was discovered while researching that transformers can model global dependency, but they are computationally expensive and difficult to optimize for medical imaging application, according to Shamshed 2023. So this study tried to introduce the histo effect cross-formal model, which is a lightweight hybrid CNN transformer framework designed to improve ovarian cancer histopathology classification through the use of these five components were the component that made up the proposed hybrid lightweight model. We use efficient net B0 feature extraction, and then we use the SE channel attention. We use multi-class tokenization and the transformer conceptual learning, and cross attention fusion was also used for the model. So the framework is designed to balance classification accuracy, conceptual understanding, and also computational effectiveness. Mainly, we actually try to focus on computational effectiveness because what brought up this study, the motivation behind the study is the issue of low resource computational resources being low in the low constraint environment or low constraint society or country, just like we have in Africa. We have the computational resources are not readily available, and it's like difficult for us to analyze medical imaging. So this brought the motivation to this study. So the aim of this study is actually to develop a lightweight and efficient CNN transformer hybrid architecture capable of accurately classifying ovarian cancer histopathology images into 5 diagnostic classes while remaining computationally practical for digital pathology environment. So it will also, the system will also assist the people in the digital pathology environment in trying to analyze the medical imaging as early as possible at an efficient way. So the main purpose of this study is to improve ovarian cancer histopathology classification by integrating efficient morphological feature extraction, multi-scale conceptual token learning, cross attention fusion mechanism, and stain robust processing technique. So the study further seeks to evaluate whether lightweight transformer assisted architecture can outperform conventional compact CNN model while maintaining strong ROC AUC discrimination performance. So this was the methodology. This shows the whole experimental flow of the experiment that was conducted. How we started from inputting our data set all through the preprocessing, the splitting, the image processing, then to the model, the baseline model that we evaluated with, and also the proposed model, to the training and also the evaluation. And then this is the main framework for the model, the novel model that was actually proposed, how the models were being integrated together before we now add our classification. So the method that took place was the preparation of data set, which involved 5 classes, and then we resized it into 384 by 384, and then the splitting was 70 to 15 to 15. That is 70 for training, 15 for validation, and also 15 for testing. So while the training was being carried out, the validation was also taking place alongside. So we used the 70% for the training, and then the validation was going on alongside. So the 15% that was selected for, that was left for the testing, was the images that didn't go through the training. So we tried to see that, okay, if the training did not see this particular image, can it actually classify well with it? So if that was possible, that means that real live data set, by the time we get that, we can actually adopt it into this system, and then it will also perform well. That was why we split it into 3. So then the preprocessing was also done. We also tried to use data augmentation to balance our data sets. So this was, okay, I've already talked about the proposed architecture as shown. And then for the training configuration, Adams W was used for the optimizer, and then the learning rate was 0.0003, and then the epochs was 40. Then we used the loss function cross entropy loss. Then the transformer head was 4. Then the token dimension was 192. And for the evaluation, we used test accuracy, we use ROC AUC, we use micro average ROC accuracy. So the main contribution of this study was, one, to contribute to the knowledge by proposing a novel lightweight hybrid CNN transformer framework, which we feel it can be adopted in edge computing environment and also in IOMT environment, that is Internet of Medical Things environment, which normally use usually is normally used for all these mobile application and all that. So when the model is light, we feel that when you run it or adopt it in those environments, it's easy and it's fast for you to get your response almost immediately. So the framework demonstrates that lightweight transformer-assisted architecture can achieve discrimination performance comparable to deeper CNN model while maintaining computational efficiency and also robust against stain variability. But we will see that in the result, because we were able to evaluate our proposed model with the baseline lightweight model. We have the baseline CNN model, which are lightweight also, but while proposing our model, we try to evaluate our results with it. So this was the ROC that was gotten for the model, and you can see that in the figure that the our proposed model actually did well, but not up to exception baseline model. The exception baseline model actually performed well with 0.1, which is a good result as well. So as a form of discussion, okay, sorry, there's supposed to be a table before that. Yeah, this table shows the test accuracy. You know, I said we split it into 3. So the testing data set was used for our evaluation, and we used that to get our confusion metrics and also the ROC curve. So why our results shows that the test accuracy had 0.8267, although which it wasn't up to the exception model. The exception model actually performed better than our proposed model, but the proposed model still performed better than most of the baseline model with 0.8267, which is 82.67%. So, as a form of introduction, as a form of discussion, the proposed is to a free cross formal demonstrates superior performance when compared with baseline squeeze nets.
1 minute more.
Okay, ma. SolveNet, V2, and also AlexNet. So the integration of local CNN morphology extraction with transformer-based conceptual model, improved classification robustness under stain and structural variability. So in form of, to conclude, this study proposed the ISTO cross formal, which is a lightweight CNN transformer hybrid architecture for ovarian cancer histopathology classification. And then the finding indicates that hybrid attention-based architecture can actually provide efficient and scalable solution for computational pathology and future AI-assisted clinical diagnostic system. So in the future, we propose that a institutional validation can be carried out.
Please,
then
can
the
you round up,
old
ma'am?
slide multiple instance learning can also be introduced. Then explainability can also be integrated. Then domain adaptation technique can also be used in the future. These are my references, and thank you for listening. Questions,
Thank you.
please.
Thank you so much for amazing presentation. Please, do we have questions? Okay, thank you so much for that presentation. We have some questions on the chat of the call, which we want to take.
Okay, ma'am.
Mr. Emmanuel, are you still on the call? If you have questions for Dr. Ogudokun, please drop it on the chat of the session. Mr. Emmanuel, are you here?
Yes, I'm still here, ma'am.
Okay. While we wait for him to come. Okay, so you have some questions on the chat of the call. Are you ready to answer those questions?
Yes.
So first question says, when you say ML are black box and we don't know what is going on, what exactly do you mean? Then question 2 says, you said what goes into the model. Is it not data that goes into the ML model, or do you mean to say what happens under the hood?
Okay, I can answer. That's a very nice question. When we say ML are black box, actually we know, of course, we know what we are feeding in the data, the modality, is the image, is it textual data, is it voice, is it any form of image, any form of data, any modality of data? Yes, we know. Then what they are giving us to, we know. But actually, what the process, how they process the data, is what till today we are still pushing for to actually know what they do from after you provide the input and when you get the output, what happens in between. We've not nailed it exactly down. When you look at some recent research on LLM, I normally refer to LLM because it drives home the issue of machine learning being black box. We discover that sometimes they even from research paper that have been published from Entropic, you find out that even sometimes they will even invent their own language that human being can't even understand. But at the end of the day, you give a query, you give a prompt, and you get human readable and understandable response. But how they process it is what we are trying to investigate. Hence, that was what gave rise to XAI. That was also what gave rise to causal, part of causal ML. That's what part of causal ML tried to solve. Thank you, man.
Yeah, thank you so much, Emmanuel. I hope the person that asked the question is satisfied. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Sakinat. Also, we are running short of time for our next presentation. We also have a follow-up question says, please, for your research, what ML model or technique is more robust to predict casual road crash, as it is very vital to human lives?
All right. That's also another very important question. In fact, this review was done for a bigger course, which is what I'm doing at my PhD. So when you look at road crash, you discover that road network, you discover that naturally they render themselves to graph. And when you have in such a scenario, if you have a graph structure. Now, when I say graph has a node and an edge. So a node connected with some kind of edge. And when you take it down to our road network, you find out that the road segment becomes the edge, while the intersect, anywhere there is two road intersect, becomes a node. So intersect is an edge, segment, road segment is edge, then intersection is a node. So as such doing, you have this as a graph structure. And if you want to use the traditional way by flattening it into table, you will lose that relationship, showing that this junction is connected to this junction through this edge, through this road segment. So the best way to tackle that is using GNN. So this.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being able to answer our questions. Please, if you can drop your mail on the chat of the call. That's on the Zoom, on the meeting chat. Anyone that has a question for you can always reach out and ask your questions, please. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ma.
I'm already responding to
Are you
my own
ready?
questions, so I guess I'm good.
Okay.
All
Right.
I'm
Thank you so
responding
much.
on the chat box, so I don't need to come up again.
Thank you so much. All right. Thank you so much for that. So, Bindang, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, please proceed. You have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, you're looking to my screen. Okay.
Coming through. Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, so I mean my network, my paper is fast, Bayesian, and privacy preserving and fairness aware federated graph neural network for fraud detection, right? It's a bit long title, I would say so. Okay, and the slide is a bit long, but I will hope I will finish in 10 minutes. Let me count. Okay. So here's the agenda. Okay. So let's talk about the financial fraud detection, right? Well, yeah, fraud detection is basically everywhere. We are in Vietnam, by the way. I don't know if many of you know where my country is, but similar to other country, financial fraud is everywhere. And so for a long time, right? The financial fraud is we detect the financial fraud using supervised learning like XGBoost or random forest or something. But also we can use graph neural net. As you can see on the right side of the screen. Because today the fraud, the fraudster, they don't work alone. They form a group, right? If you look individually, they look normal. But however, if you see, thousands of them, they create kind of the network of fraud, right? So basically, we should use, graph neural network. And for instance, if you send money, if you send only one transaction, if you have only one transaction, there's no problem. But you have, 1,000 transactions, send to 1,000 users, right? It might be a problem, for instance. Okay. However, of course, on the other hand, we have the problem of data privacy and data protection. We have GDPR, blah, 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 right? Why, we need to protect the, we need to protect the user. And, okay, so that's the motivation more or less. So we have the trilemma, not only dilemma, right? We have the utility, the privacy, and also the fairness, right? So I mean, based on our own research, no existing work, I mean, arrest, I mean, all of them on the same time. Okay, and also we define that we determine two new challenges. The data is not IID, right? Okay, so the standard graph neural net, when you just aggregate, you treat all the nodes as the same in the same way, and you just aggregate the data, we integrate the performance, because you know, for instance, in banking or finance, right, you have some very active nodes, right? And I would say, I mean, 90% of the bank customer, basically, we have no transaction, we have no activity, and we have the 10 very active customer, we do some banking and financial transaction every day. And the second one is definitely, I mean, some presenter already mentioned the algorithmic bias, right? And to be honest, I think it's also kind of critical in Africa. So, I mean, what we did, our contribution, we have the fairness sensitive ad reweighting. Okay, so we work, I mean, locally to neutralize the bias in graph. Okay, and we have the fairness stack gradient decomposition. Okay, so I mean, we see what kind of we apply Gaussian differential privacy to make sure that more or less to make sure that, I mean, all the nodes are treated in the same way. And for the optimization, we use framework aggregation optimization algorithm, and I mean, it has a very cool property such as the demographic priority differences has the upper bound, right? Priority differences mean that, for instance, if you have one customer from, let's say, Nigeria, and you have another customer from Morocco, we make sure that, I mean, they are treated in the same way. Of course, I mean, it cannot be exactly the same way, but the difference is smaller than 2 here. Okay. For the related work, I mean, we have some related work here, and you are encouraged to read our paper for more detail. And you see that, I mean, most of the recent work published in 2024, 2025, and also some 2026. And also we, by the way, we published all of the code, all of the data, everything on GitHub. So, I mean, next, when you read our paper, you can find the GitHub URL, and you're encouraged to see in more detail. Here is so here is the system architect of our fair CNN. Again, everything is on the GitHub, but the main idea is federated learning, right? So each organization can handle this data locally. For instance, we have several banks, we have several financial institutions, and each of them, I mean, work on this data locally, right? And after that, I mean, we aggregate the information to the server side, let's say the Central Bank of Nigeria or something. So, I mean, by that, I mean, there's no data transfer, so more or less there's no data leakage. And I mean, thanks for, I mean, our contribution, we also make sure that, I mean, the different customer from different bank will be treated in the same way. Here is some mathematics, I would say, but mathematics, I would say, but more or less here is a setting, and here's some standard priority differences and differential privacy. So more or less to say that, hey, I mean, some protected property that are not influence to the outcome. For instance, your gender, your race, your nationality should not you know, I mean, should not affect to the outcome. The outcome really depend on the behavior, the property only. Okay, and okay. So I think I don't have enough time to go through all of the component here because I have only 10 minutes. But the idea is for the FSER, right, is the downward S that's likely to propagate bias information, okay? And here is some mathematics that probably you need to read the paper for the detail and explanation and things. For the FTGD, for the gradient descent, we know that, I mean, I think in last 10 years, we know that gradient descent is also a way, an effective way for the attacker to steal our data, right? So we perform the difference of privacies on the gradient descent to make sure that, hey, even on the training process of our neural networks, there's no data to be leaked. Okay, and the last but not least is a Fraunhofer optimization algorithm. Okay, so the Fraunhofer optimization algorithm is to improve, or I mean, let's say introduce the fairness to our algorithm. So there's three components together that form the fair GNN. I'm sorry that, I mean, there's a lot of detail in mathematics that, I mean, given the time, I don't have enough time, but I hope it's pretty good. Okay. Here's for experimental data set and federation. We use the three data sets. Yep, right. We use Amazon with a malicious buyer, and we also use elliptic data set is from the Bitcoin. We have the federated configuration with only 3 clients, to be honest. I mean, it's run on our computer, so I mean, we don't have a lot of computational power with some hyperparameter you can see on the screen. We use how many? I think we use 4 baseline, no, 6 baseline, right? Published in 2024 and 2025, very recent one. And we use AUC and we use DPD, right? So you see that for the AUC, we are pretty good. Okay, in FC and elliptic, of course, I mean, it cannot be, I mean, the best in everything. But more or less, it's pretty good. And even for the Amazon, we are runner up, right? Just only after GNNCL. And for the DPT, lower is better. And you see that, I mean, our DPT is also pretty good. Again, except for Amazon, but more or less you can see that we achieve the higher performance while we maintain a higher privacy. Okay. And here's some kind of study such as AUC conversion rate, fairness conversion rate, such as DBT for measured by DBT.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, and okay, some application study. I think I'm running out of time. Sorry. And overall comparison, and it's a conclusion. I would say the conclusion is we introduce 3 new algorithms to federated graph neural net, and we achieve the higher performance while we maintain the better fairness. Some future work, and yeah. By the way, we have the URL link here. So. And here's my email. If you have any question or discussion, you are feel free to come to the GitHub or I mean, drop me an email. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was a great presentation. Please, if you have any questions for Dan, please drop it on the chat of the call for him to be able to respond to your message accordingly. As much as you have questions.
I'm checking the chat, and I'm happy to, I mean, pass the. I'm stop sharing, and thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. That was amazing. Next, we'll be calling on Dr. Mrs. Kayode. Are you on the call? Okay.
Yes, I'm on the call. Good afternoon, madam.
All right. Good afternoon. Please proceed with your presentation. You have 10 minutes. You'll be speaking on the machine learning prediction of groundwater contamination vulnerability using the hydrogeophysical indicator in Ibadan, Nigeria. So please proceed with your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
You have 10 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Just 1 minute. So the title once again is Machine Learning Prediction for Groundwater Contamination Vulnerability using Hydrogeophysical Indicators in crystalline basement aquifer of Ibadan. And the next slide is showing the research team that we work together to bring out this research. Um, Nigeria is a fast growing country where we have some area that are basement complex and some area are sedimentary complex, sedimentary terrain. Ibadan falls within the basement complex terrain where groundwater is available for human use and other intended purposes, but the groundwater is currently undergoing threat from anthropogenic activities by human being and industrial effluent and also agricultural effluent. So crystalline basement aquifers exhibit complex fracture system with heterogeneous vulnerability. And some of our previous research work we have done, we've been able to use God and drastic um, indices to assess groundwater vulnerability, how this groundwater in those areas can actually be subjected to vulnerability. And we found out that the GOD, which stands for groundwater occurrence, the whole is for overlying lithology, the D for depth. Then also the drastic look at the net recharge, the aquifer vulnerability, and so on. And these models assume linear relationship, missing critical non-linear interaction. So existing method fails to capture spatial complexity of hydrogeological variables. So the machine learning is being engaged in order to look at it that, okay, can we actually base groundwater vulnerability prediction on linear parameters or on non-linear parameters? So, and some of the related work we looked at that actually use machine learning for groundwater vulnerability assessments include Chan et al. 2019, who identify linear relationship without assumption and provide better accuracy compared to statistical models alone. The same thing to Ramati et al. 2019 and Aramaberi et al. 2020, who use random forest and support vector machine method, which is able to give a perfect classification performance than statistical method for groundwater vulnerability to contamination. So the methodology overview, for this research, we used 353 vertical electrical soundings from geophysical method, and we used Lombardia array configuration to actually get the vulnerability areas of the study area to look at the overburden thickness, the aquifer resistivity, the basement resistivity, the longitudinal conductance, transverse resistance, and depth of groundwater, and also hydraulic conductivity, which forms the model for God and drastic evaluation assessment equations. So then we now interpolate all these results into the machine learning using the Python language and the Skikit learning to look at the non-linear relationship with all these parameters and to be able to come out with a good groundwater vulnerability assessment. Then we are able to validate this model with the use of nitrate concentration. I told you most of the threats Ibadan is facing are basically from anthropogenic activities, and the water occurrence from Ibadan is from shallow well. So nitrate concentration from 45 independent boreholes were used to validate the model. Then this is the workflow chart for the research to show how we were able to carry out the research, and the data set preparation was done by random forest algorithm. Then the model performance shows that the machine learning identify 15 high vulnerable zones compared to the conventional God and drastic models, which indicated after the analysis 9 vulnerable zones. So this represents a 67% increase in detection capability for critical risk assessment. So the random forest models, if you look at the graph, demonstrated superior performance over traditional vulnerability indices, capturing non-linear relationships and spatial heterogeneity in aquifer properties that linear method, that is the God and the drastic, systematically miss. So if you look at the confusion matrix analysis also, it shows to us that the overall accuracy is 94.3%, and notably all misclassification occurred only between adjacent vulnerability classes, indicating model reliability. Then also the graph shows the top predictive features. That is, from the random forest, we're able to discover that overbutting thickness and longitudinal conductance, which actually show how groundwater flows and connect with each other, together account for 55% of predictive power, highlighting the critical role of protective clay layer in vulnerability assessment. Most of these areas that are experiencing anthropogenic sources, if they can actually have a capable geological material like clay, most of these effluent will not be able to penetrate into the underground layer. So we also use nitrate data to validate our research, and it shows that high nitrate concentration measure in 45 independent boreholes shows strong correlation with predicted vulnerability classes. That is about 41 milligram per liter for exceed World Health Organization standard, while the moderate one falls within 23 milligram per liter, then the low fall between 9 milligram per liter, then very low vulnerability between 6 milligram per liter. So statistically, we also use cluster Wallis to test for the correlation percentage, and we are able to know they are less than 0.001 in predictive analysis. So in conclusion, the practical application of machine learning, because we can't actually, this machine learning actually add more beauty and more confirmation to what we discover with the groundwater vulnerability susceptibility of Ibadan area. So machine learning was able to find the nonlinear patterns, that is the overburden and the conductance. Then they discovered the overbody thickness and the conductance, longitudinal conductance of the study area. Then the model stability is being validated. So in application of machine learning now, we are able to use machine learning for borehole siting. It can guide us, can be used for borehole siting, which we can make water more available for the community. It can also use for monitoring optimization to target field sampling resources in high risk area. Then also can be used for land use planning, informing zoning decision. That is, some area that are not meant for contamination plumes, like area like that has dump sites, area that have filling station, they are not meant to be constructed within where people are living. So then it also helps us in policy support to provide evidence-based map for regulatory framework and protective ordinance. So the future research we are actually still working on is to integrate high resolution land use and land cover data as additional predictors in machine learning. Then to also compare performance with SG Boost, light GBM, and deep neutral network architecture for in machine learning. Then also to develop open access web platform for real-time vulnerability mapping and stakeholder engagement. Also to extend methodology to other crystalline basement terrains across sub-Saharan Africa, not limiting this research alone to Nigeria. So these are selected
All
references
right.
for the research. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ma. That was a great presentation. Please, do you have any question for her? Like we said, if you have questions, please drop it on the chat and your questions will be responded to. Thank you so much for that presentation. Hello, Zubaiba Abdulazar Al Hassan. Are you on the call?
Yes, I am.
Oh, hi. Good morning. And we are joining us from. Good afternoon and good evening. Okay, so are you ready for us, please?
Yes, I am.
Okay, please proceed. Thank you. Please, if you have your questions, please drop it on the chat of the call. Each presenter, please check the chats and also please try and respond as much as possible. Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, good morning. My name is Zubaida Muhtar Al Hassan from the Department of IT at Nile University, and I am here to present our research on detecting phishing emails in Nigerian Pidgin English. This work addresses a critical gap in cybersecurity for low-resource African languages. So let me start with the background. Phishing is one of the most common and dangerous forms of cybercrime worldwide. Attackers send fake messages pretending to be legitimate organizations or steal sensitive information like passwords, bank details, and personal data. Over the years, machine learning and NLP have been used to build detection systems, and they work well, but only for standard English. So the problem is that in Nigeria, over 100 million people communicate primarily in Pidgin English. It is the language of informal conversation. Okay, can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, we can.
Okay. I've been muted. Okay. Okay,
No, you
so
are not muted. We can hear you.
okay. So scammers craft messages that sound completely natural to a Pidgin speaker, and they use this to scam people that might have low digital literacy. So this brings us to the specific problem we are addressing. There are four main issues. First, Nigerian Pidgin is severely underrepresented in NLP. Then second, there is little to no public phishing data set. All existing phishing data sets are in English or Arabic. Then existing models do not account for linguistic and cultural features of Nigerian Pidgin, things like code switching between English and local languages, non-standard spelling, and culturally specific references. And fourth, behavioral manipulation. The psychological tactics scammers use to deceive people is rarely incorporated into detection models, especially for low-resource languages. Based on our literature review, we identified four specific gaps that this study aims to fill. This study filled. The first is a linguistic gap. Nigerian Pidgin has been almost entirely underrepresented, despite it being the most widely spoken in Africa. The second is an application gap. The NLP research does not exist for Nigerian Pidgin focuses. The NLP research that does exist for Nigerian Pidgin focuses more on machine learning, sentimental analysis, and text generation. The third one is behavioral features like urgency, reward detection have been shown to improve phishing detection in English systems. Nobody has combined them with dialect-aware NLP techniques tailored to a specific low-resource languages. Then four is an optimizing gap. Optimization techniques like genetic algorithm are proven to improve machine learning model performance, but they are almost never applied to phishing detection in low resource settings. Our study addresses all four gaps by proposing all four gaps. So the aim was to develop an NLP model for detecting phishing emails written in Nigerian Pidgin English. And these are the objectives: to design the framework, implement it using dialect-aware NLP behavioral features, then optimize using genetic algorithm, then evaluate it using precision recall F1. So this is the research design framework. The process starts with data creation because, like I said, there's no public data set existing for Pidgin English data set, phishing data set. So we had to build one from scratch. We had 870 emails balanced between phishing and legitimate samples. Next is feature extraction. We used two types of feature in parallel. First, we had TF-IDF vectorization to capture linguistic pattern, the specific words and phrases that distinguish phishing from legitimate emails. Second was 7 behavioral features designed to capture psychological manipulation tactics. These features are combined into a single dimensional vector, which is fed into the random forest classifier. Random forest was chosen because it handles high dimensional data well, resists overfitting, and provides interpretable feature important scores. And then finally, a genetic algorithm was applied to optimize both the random forest parameters and the weight assigned to each behavioral feature. The goal was to maximize the F1 score on the validation set. My data set was split into three. 70% was for training the model, 15% was for validating it, then 15% was used to test the final to test the model finally. Then data creation. So the sources, first was translation. We took data set from Kaggle, we translated some of them, and then some were custom generated based on CBN alerts, bank scams, lottery fraud, and so on. So we did not so this is the baseline performance. We trained the system using these hyperparameters, 200 trees, maximum depth of 20, and this was the performance of the model. It performed well. We had 95.38% of accuracy, 100% precision, which is very good. Then recall was 90.77, F1 was 95.16. After applying genetic algorithm, this was the final setting that performed well. So the trees increased from 200 to 253, maximum depth increased from 20 to 21, then minimum sample split reduced from 5 to 2. This was the performance of the model after using genetic algorithm on the validation data set. Precision was so perfect. Recall was 93.85. F1 score was 96.83. So this was the final model performance. We tested the model on an unseen set of tests. That was the 15% of the data set. Accuracy was 93.89. Precision was so good. F1 was 93.44, and ROC-AUC was 99.17. We also performed a 5-cross validation to confirm the avoid overfitting, and it performed well in all 5. So the key findings. First, combining TF-IDF linguistic features with behavioral features significantly improves detection. We ran an ablation test comparing TF-IDF alone against TF-IDF plus behavioral features. While the raw metrics were similar, the behavioral feature had 2 critical benefits. They make the model language agnostic and they provide explainability. Users can see exactly why an email was flagged based on its urgency score or reward score. Second, the genetic algorithm revealed which behavioral features are most important in Nigerian context. It was found that the reward score was the strongest with a weight of 2.91. This confirms that advanced fee fraud and lottery system scams are the most dominant phishing tactics in Nigeria. Then third, we demonstrated that effective phishing detection is achievable in a low-resource language without large deep learning model. A random forest with intelligent feature engineering and genetic algorithm optimization can achieve performance comparable to transformer-based model that require thousands of training samples. So these are the limitations.
Apologies, Mr. Tijani, please can you mute your mic?
Okay.
Please proceed.
Okay. So these are the limitations of the study. The data set is limited The data set was small. We only had 870 samples. Then phishing emails were synthetically generated. Then it was a proof of concept. It was not production ready. Then final conclusion and contribution. First, we built a culturally aware phishing detection model specifically for Nigerian Pidgin English. Second, we created the first labeled Nigerian Pidgin phishing dataset. Third, we demonstrated an effective methodology that combines dialect-aware NLP, behavioral psychology, and genetic algorithm optimization. Fourth, we showed that strong detection performance is achievable without massive datasets or expensive deep learning infrastructure. For future work, we recommend collecting larger real-world phishing datasets through partnerships with Nigerian ISPs and financial institutions, exploring deep learning approaches as more data become available, and conducting pilot deployments to evaluate real-world performance and user acceptance. Thank you. Any questions?
All right. Thank you so much. That was an amazing presentation. Thank you. Okay. Please, if you have questions for her, please can we drop it on the chat of the call for her to respond? Thank you. So the next presenter that we have here is Fahim Habib, if I got that correctly. You said you and your co-author are Anika. So you're supposed to be presenting for high resolution micropatching, a zero leakage microneural baseline, and you're here to present. So are you ready, please? Are you here? Habib, are you here?
Yes, we're here.
All right, please proceed with your presentation. You have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you for giving us the floor. Hello,
Thank you.
everyone. I am Anika Alamgir, and along with my co-author, Muhammad Fahim Habib, we are excited to present our research titled High Resolution Micropatching, a Zero Leakage Microneurism Baseline. We are from Bangladesh, and our work representing BRAC University, focusing on establishing a new standard for early-stage diabetic retinopathy detection. Next slide. Diabetic retinopathy is a leading cause of blindness globally. The earliest clinical signs are microneurisms or MS. The challenge is that these lesions are microscopic, often less than 10 pixels in diameter. In standard AI pipelines, image downsampling mathematically erases these tiny lesions before the model can even see them. Our objective was to stop this resolution destruction and create a baseline that is both mathematically honest and free of data leakage. Next slide. To do this, we used 12.2 megapixel high-fidelity source data from the IDRID dataset for training, which preserves that exact geometry of these tiny lesions. Crucially, we enforced strict isolation, ensuring 100% patient-level separation to prevent the common pitfall of patch-level data leakage. We then tested our model's robustness on global datasets from China and Europe to address real-world distribution shifts. Now let's come to the architecture. Hybrid attention-guided network, we have built it. It uses our ResNet 34 backbone for feature extraction and a custom decoder for spatial reconstruction. We integrated SCSA attention blocks, channel attention to enhance vascular contrast, and spatial attention to suppress background noise. To handle the extreme class imbalance, we utilized a balanced hybrid loss, mixing dyes and focal loss 50-50. Next slide. Our qualitative results demonstrate that the model successfully ignores major structures like the optic disc and targets only the microscopic lesions. While our DICE score of 46.88% might look lower than the leaked models in literature, we argue it is a mathematically honest representation of localizing a 5 pixel object, which is highly clinically actionable. I will now hand over to Fahim to discuss our cross continental survival. Thank you.
Thank you, Anika. To prove our model learned universal morphology rather than hardware noise, we performed a zero-shot challenge. We took our frozen model, trained only on Indian demographics, and tested it on unseen Chinese and European data without any fine-tuning. Remarkably, while precision fluctuated due to sensor noise, our recall or sensitivity remained stable, even improving on highly degraded European scans. Our core innovation was the micropatching strategy. Instead of resizing, we process uncompressed 128 times 128 crops. We use a sliding window technique to examine the retina at a 1:1 biological scale. By probabilistically removing 90% of the healthy background tissue during training, we force the network to focus on rare vascular abnormalities. And addressing the sparsity challenge requires specialized training. Our balanced hybrid loss ensures the network doesn't cheat by just guessing the background. Dice loss optimizes the global overlap, while focal loss specifically penalizes failure on rare disease pixels. This was all made efficient through automatic mixed precision to handle the high resolution computational load. To reiterate our findings, we are debunking the 90% plus metrics found in literature that rely on patch leakage. Our result of 48% precision and 45% recall represent a true zero leakage benchmark. In world of microscopic lesions, even a 2 pixel shift can ruin a metric. So our ability to localize these objects is a significant clinical success. This final chart visualizes our unprecedented cross-domain survival. You can see the stability of red recall bars across India, China, and Europe. This mathematically confirms that by training on uncompressed native resolution, the AI learns universal biological geometry of the disease, rather than overfitting to specific camera sensors. Despite these successes, we have limitations. High recall often comes with a drop in precision, which can lead to alert fatigue for doctors. Furthermore, there is a global generation gap. We lack high resolution annotated data for African demographics and Bangladesh demographics, which is a critical next step for our equitable future. Furthermore, further work will be focused on unsupervised domain adaptation to reduce false positives without needing new labels. In conclusion, native resolution is a requirement, not an option. For early stage lesion detection, we hope our zero leakage framework provides a secure foundation for global diagnostic tools. Thank you for your time.
Amazing presentation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was great. Please, if you have any questions for any of our presenters, please drop the question on the chat of the call. Please drop it on the chat of the call. Do you have any questions for them? Thank you so much to our both presenters. Thank you. All right, so we're moving on to the next presenter. We have presentations from EduAI Nigeria and benchmarking educator AI readiness for scalable deployment in low resource classrooms. Dr. Oluriola OD, Dr. Folorenshaw SO, and apologies to the doctor, a professor, or PI, that is, and the presenter is or Patrick Ibuana. Please, are you ready? Please confirm if you are here, Mr. Patrick, or... Okay, you're sounding very low. Please, can you try with your presentation?
Can you hear me properly?
Oh, yes, we can hear you properly now. Thank you. Please proceed
Thank
with
you
your
very much.
presentation.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm presenting the EDIAL Edu AI Nigeria benchmarking educators' AI readiness for scalable deployment in low resource classrooms. Um, Let me give you a prelude to the study. Around last year, as part of the EDAL intervention, we trained 6,000 teachers in artificial intelligence, the why, the hows, the when, and the what's of it, ethical considerations to the implementation of AI inside and outside of the classroom. And of course, that resulted in the collection of the data set before the training and after the training, and the program in itself the was very insightful in the fact that it gave us a lot of understanding into the minds of those educators. Before the training, when we sent out the first questionnaires in preparation for the training, we had educators, when we asked them what do they truly think AI is, we had some of them even mentioning AI to be demons and spirits because they did not understand how it works or why it should even work in the first place. So, and anybody who is probably out there thinking of something as a spirit is most definitely not prepared to use that anywhere, especially in the classroom. Now, so after the training, we went on to collate a data set, which which this study goes on to benchmark. And the purpose of benchmarking the data set is because we are not just putting anything out there and saying, oh, there is a data set used, but we wanted to confirm the viability of the data sets of which we were providing. Now, what were the problems that resulted into the creation of the study and the data set? Is with the introduction of AI seemed to be reshaping every industry and every part, and education has not been left behind. And we can see a change in the teaching efficiency, the improvement in the learning outcomes, and globally we can see a reshaping of education from kindergarten even to university level. And the scale up and with the use of AI helps manage resource scarce environments because it becomes an alternative source of information that you can actually lean towards in regions where you do not have all the resources available at your fingertips. But the implementation of AI is critically determined by the readiness of the educator to actually deploy it inside or even outside of the classroom. And also, to even consider the use of AI in classroom, there is no standard data set that actually shows how AI has been used in the classroom, if AI had been used in the classroom, or if educators are willing to use AI in the classroom. And in the term of Nigeria context, the level of the teachers' awareness or understanding and readiness to use actually determines the outcomes of the learning that happens in their classrooms. So the IDEO program, focused on four core areas. We focused on the foundational AI literacy, that is understanding how AI works, the key terminologies and its role in the society. We also looked at the pedagogical integration of AI, the use of AI in the classroom. We looked at the ethical and responsible use of AI. So it's not just bringing AI to implement in the classroom, but you need to care about things like biases. You need to care about the nature of the models you are using or the nature of the AI tools you are using and the nature of your classrooms. So the cultural and societal practices also affect it. And of course, there's bias, fairness, data privacy, and the responsible use of AI, both for the teachers and the students. And lastly, it's the readiness of the classroom environment to use to use AI infrastructure, because there is in fact a limitation to saying, okay, fine, we are want you to use AI in your classroom, or this you must use AI in your classroom in this manner when they do not have the infrastructure and the resources to make that possible. Now, our dataset contains 2,239 pre-training responses, 1,068 post-training responses, and a match set of 770 educators. The dataset was gathered from a population of 6,000 6,000 educators who attended the E-Day program that ran for a minimum of a 6 month period. This data set was also uploaded at Mendeley, and you can see the DOI on the screen based on the FAIR data principle. So the data set is meant to be findable, accessible, interpretable, and very reusable. The part of the study was to test the viability of the data set. So we looked at a composite readiness index, that's the teacher's AI deployment readiness index, or study as it's called. And this is the sum of all the four basic criteria we looked at. The four criteria, which are the understanding of AI concepts, the ability to that's the pedagogical use of it, the ethical considerations of it, and the ability to incorporate it in the classroom. And we get the sum of that and found the average for each and every educator as a way to measure their readiness to use AI in the classroom. So you might be very willing and very enthusiastic to use AI in the classroom, but if you do not understand the ethical considerations of using AI, then that is a problem. If you understand, if you do not understand the concept of AI and you really want to use AI in the classroom, then there is a lot you actually have to do to make yourself ready to do that. Now, and we didn't just create and publish the data set. We went on to actually use the data set and test the data set in possible use of the data set. And one of and a way to achieve that was to actually train a machine learning model to evaluate the validity of our data set. And the model we actually selected was a gradient boosting model. And the reason we know, of course, that there are deep learning models and there are probably better models situated for this task, but every decision that was made as part of the study was towards resource scarcity. What is the best option we have in a resource scarce environment? Because even the data set gathering was gathered based on the resource scarcity of the ecosystem we find ourselves. That is the educational ecosystem of Nigeria. Now, why did we go with gradient boosting? Because it could handle heterogeneous tabular Likert scale features, which are natively found in our data sets. Because of it needed minimal feature scaling, and which was very useful for low resource pipelines. The high quality results we get compared to the low computational cost that which will not be what we will have gotten if we have decided to use deep learning. And also the fact that our gradient boosting model was trained on 200 sequential decision trees in this process. And for our evaluation matrix, we made use of accuracy, the F1 score, the ROC, AUC, and the COND. So as a result, this is the distribution of our AI understanding pre-training and post-training. So after the training had been, after the event, the intervention, so you can see a significant change in the AI understanding. So pre-training we had a mean of 280. Post-training the mean had increased to 3.93, with an absolute gain of 1.13 and a COND of 0.85 with a significance of p greater than 0.001. Now this shows that this shows a very large significant improvement in the understanding and the readiness to use AI after the intervention. Now, we also implemented that's the TADI Light, that's the Teacher's AI Deployment Readiness Index. You can see that we had 2.61 pre-training. That was the pre-training index when they were measured on all 4 criteria, and 3.90 after the training. We had an average increase of 1.29, equaling a Cronbach alpha of 0.93. So as for the AI, light GAB, and that's the gradient boosting model, we resulted in an accuracy of 88%, an F1 score of 91, and an ROC of 91%. So how does this align with prior work? Results by Sanusi and all and Oyonwale shows that effective AI education will actually improve the teacher's readiness. However, the Edu AI Nigeria purpose is to create a long-term longitudinal evidence of this in the African context. Then we also chose to make use of lightweight tools because the purpose of this study was not only to prove the data set but to also prove the sufficiency of these tools in small scales and in resource scarce environments. Then we also looked at the infrastructure and pedagogical integration, that it remains a barrier a primary barrier in AI deployment in Nigeria, and capacity building alone is not just while it's not insufficient, but it is useful with parallel infrastructure investments. Now, the conclusion of our work is the release of the Edu AI NG, that's the fair longitudinal data set, with a measurable index to actually test teachers, educators' readiness, and we also try to identify infrastructural bottlenecks like pedagogical integration, infrastructural limitations, and every other limitation that limits scalable AI adoption in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much. That was a great presentation, Mr. Patrick. Please, if you have any questions for Mr. Patrick, please drop it on the chat of the call. Drop it on the chat of the call. Thank you for response. Next, I have Mr. Let me scroll. So next speaker, I have Mr. Patrick. We are seeing your WhatsApp chat. Please, can you stop sharing? Mr. Patrick, you are still sharing your screen. Yes. All right. Thank you so much for that presentation. Mr. Patrick, are you here? Mr. Patrick Tenga Shanko, are you here, please?
Yes, I'm there. Can you hear me?
Okay. Please, can you add more audio to your mic, please? So we can hear you clearly.
Yes, now it's okay.
I think it's a bit better.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, it's better now.
Okay, you can proceed with your presentation, please. We can't hear you, Dr. Patrick. Please, can you speak louder? We can't
Can you
hear
hear me?
Oh, yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah, okay. So I presented here the roadmap of my presentation, and here is the because I'm talking about Lingala is language spoken by 45 million of speakers in Congo, where I came from. So in DRC we have 0.09 cities per 1,000 compared to other countries which is more. And this is the gap that we have zero annotated clinical courses for that, and zero supervised certification benchmark, zero automated triage system. Our research question, the main one is, can we build a clinical safe triage system for language with zero NLP resources? So here is a little bit
Are not quite loud. Please, can you help us adjust the mic?
now, can you hear me? Is it okay now?
It's sounding muffled.
Yeah.
Probably when you keep talking, we can know if this.
Yeah. So just for saying as a strong fever, you can use many ways of saying, from Kinshasa, from Ontario, from the Equator. So for that, we have the same meaning, and then we can tokenize it. So the tokenizer can see 4 different inputs. And the methodology here, we collect 616 samples for 3 agency levels, and then we make an augmentation, and we also make a soft word fusion. So the augmentation goes from 41 to 236 emergencies, and then the model training use XLM RFC. Then the evaluation compares the faculty metrics, emergency, and the report. So 3 model architecture were compared, and then the activator selected as the best model. And here is the fragmented, I already showed it. So for our system, and of this year, and the field were there. So then the winner was So what we have done now, we test as a so I use a then for the actual I got 20 to 29 for nearly all inputs. So for that, I had to adjust this one by injecting 100 more foreign examples in the into the my initial training data for them to match as possible with the type of initial data, and then for the before accuracy of 29 and after 29. Okay. So what is the fact? Right. So more okay. For future direction, data. So this is like 5 most important questions, and then yes,
All right, thank you so much. That was a great presentation, but we were not able to hear you clearly, but that is fine. Please, if you have any questions for him, please drop it on the chat of the call so he'll be able to respond to our questions. Thank you, and that was a great presentation. Next we'll be moving on to the next presenter. Our next presenter is Mushbir Rahman. Are you on the call?
Yes,
Rahman?
yes, I am.
Okay, please proceed with
Yes.
your presentation. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mohammad Mushur Rahman from the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Dhaka University of Engineering and Technology, Bangladesh. Today, I am presenting our research poster title, Multi-Crop Reproductive Structure Detections and Counting using a lightweight YOLO V8 Nano with special channel attention and reparameterizable convolutions. So this work was completed with my co-supervisor, Dr. Ume Fazlur Rahim. In precision agriculture, accurate detections and counting of reproductive structures such as flowers, fruits, and tassels is very important for crop monitoring and with predictions. However, field level detections is still challenging due to several real world factors. First, varieties of real plant densities, light, and crop appearance complicate accurate identifications and counting for reproductive structures such as flowers, fruits, and tassels in real agricultural settings. And crop, although deep learning methods exist, most current models focus on only the single crops and often require heavier computations. So therefore, there is a strong need for a lightweight, accurate, and scalable multi-group detections framework for real agricultural applications. From existing literature, we identified three main research gaps. First, many previous studies were developed for only one crop and dataset and eliminating generalizations. And second, several models achieve good accuracy, but but are too large for real-time deployment in smart farming systems. Third, small and dense reproductive structure remain difficult to detect under populations and cluttered background. So to address these gaps, we developed a lightweight attention-based YOLO frameworks. So our proposed model is based on YOLO V8, especially the nano versions of YOLO V8 based uh, because it provides fast inference and fewer parameters. So our first major integrations is CTF special and attention module, refines multi-scale feature maps and helps the network focus on important regions and channels. As a result, it improves detection performance under uh, overlap populations, varying lighting and dense object scenarios. And second, the reparameterizable depth-wise convolutions module. It enhances feature learning efficiency while keeping the network lightweight and fast during the interference. By combining these two modules, the model achieves both better accuracy and practical speed. So we evaluated the model on three crop dataset. Uh, uh, Cauliflower dataset which are collected from Bogora to Dhaka district in Bangladesh. It contains total 7,683 annotated cauliflower instances captured when the plant were 52 to 65 days old. And second, the tomato flower dataset, which contains total 2,000 greenhouse images and including 8,262 annotated flowers. And third, the mice tracer dataset were also included 3,079 images. So experiment were conducted using PyTorch on a NVIDIA P100 GPU. The training settings included image size 640 into 640. Also included mosaic augmentations and sophisticated gradient descent optimization. So the proposed model Lighted YOLO V8 framework delivers the accurate real-time detections and counting performance across all three datasets. In the table on, we shows the comparison detections and counting metrics between baseline and proposed model across all three core dataset, where the cauliflower dataset and the mean absolute precisions improved from 0.975 to 0.981 and F1 score 0.943 to 0.954, and also the mean absolute error decreasing by 0.374 to 0.258, which and similarly perform the other two models. Proposed model singly increased the all parameter categories. So the model also achieved the higher F1 scores. Values indicated the strong counting reliability. So most importantly, our proposed model uses only 2.659 million parameters compared to 3.011 million parameters in baseline YOLO V8 Nano. So this is approximately 12% fewer parameters, and we also analyze the contribution of each module using only the reparameterized depth convolution module uh, improved efficiency and singly improved accuracy, using only C2F special channel attention, improved feature refinement and detection scores, and combining both the modules produces the best overall result in terms of higher mean absolute precisions, strong F1 scores, and efficient uh, frame per second performance. This evaluations is effectiveness of our design choice. The sample figure shows the detections result based on YOLO V8 baseline model and proposed lightweight YOLO V8 model. The red circle shows the false positive, and yellow circle shows the false negative, which successfully recover our proposal. So in conclusion, we proposed a model, a lightweight input YOLO V8 framework for multiple reproductive structure detections and counting. The framework achieves high detection accuracy, low counting error, fewer parameters, and robustness under occlusions and lighting variations. So future work will be focused on
You have 1 minute.
to optimize for its deployment and integrated with prediction and estimation. So thank you for everyone.
All right. Thank you so much. That was a great presentation. Thank you. Please, if you have any questions for him, please drop it on the chat of the call. Thank you so much. Right. Do we have Adam Yusuf on the call? Adam Yusuf?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, please proceed with your presentation. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, yeah, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present at this conference. My name is Adam Omeza Yusuf from Faculty of Computing, Federal Technology, Federal University, Lokoja. And my topic is From Black Box to Glass Box, a review of explainable neural symbolic AI for climate-induced food insecurity prediction. We know that there's a crisis of what we call the crisis conference, where, sorry, now there's an interplay between climate change that making sense to African food production. Our population is increasing, food production is not supposed to increase, but due to climatic change, it's affecting the way we produce food. And most of our farmers are rain-fed, and that's indirectly affect what they can output in a year. And that is poses a danger. So many people have used some AI to predict food security, where the food in the future, where they're going to be challenged in the past, based on what they have predicted. But we know quite well, some of them use single source data source, and we realize that there are so many factors that affect food production, which need to be put into consideration before they can make a better prediction. That's the first challenge. So now most of the data that are available in Nigeria for such things are in silos in different agencies under different ministries. So these silos have prevented the harmonization of, harnessing those data for accurate food prediction. We also realized that because this climate change, begin to find out rain will start and what they call the dry spell in between, that also contribute adversely to affect the food production. And all this affects whatever prediction has done before based on predicted either temperature or rainfall or whatever. We also have a situation whereby you have the insecurity preventing farmers from farming, even when the rainfall fall normally, and that also affects food production. So we think that all these factors had to put together in the prediction. The third challenge was that even when the predictions are done, decision makers are very wary accepting the prediction because there was the deep learning AI usually was what we call a black box. It gives a prediction with high accuracy, but does not give you reasons why he came to that conclusion. And so there's a trust deficit between policymakers. And so that makes them resist what AI has predicted for them. So they think to working based on their intuition or what they call their local knowledge. So eventually they resort to what we call the post hoc method of trying to find out what could be the reason what action should be taken. And we think that when we put the explainable AI, what we call the AI gap, which is existing, is what our research is meant to close. According to the Food and Nutrition Organization, they said that, sorry, suppose that 3 million Nigerians will be, it's that 3 million Nigerians will face food security by 2025. And they said, they also predicted that, am I audible? Am I audible? Yeah. So they also said about 250,000 additional death, will occur annually by 2050 due to malnutrition and heat stress. And they also predicted that the direct health damage cost are to be projected between $2 to $4 billion per year by 2030. These are the factors that make this research very important. And we there are what we call the linear statistical method of ARIMA, which they used to do some statistical calculation to predict, no longer take into consideration some of the complex pattern that exists today in some of those data required for prediction. So, and then the modern machine learning, the utilization of LSTM and the random forest land complex pattern from high dimensional and nonlinear spatiotemporal data. And this also, it's able to give you a higher, a more accurate prediction, but lack explanation. So the decision maker cannot reason behind why that prediction came into play. So our glass box architecture, we're balancing machine learning precision with human-centric symbolic reasoning, meaning that those expertise, those accuracy with machine learning, we try to add what we call the human-centric by giving some explanation. And so we start by, first of all, harmonizing those multi-agency data using our special, what we call the food security knowledge graph, where we link them and then put some conditions with which we are going to use to filter the data into the data lake house. And so in the data lake house, where the neurosymbolic AI design, this design we have, that a framework integrates two systems of cognitions. First, the neural model, the fast pattern matching, which take the perception layer and kick out whatever I think is not fitted for it. Then the symbolic layer, which is slower but deliberate, it's the one that's why the food security knowledge graph reasoning layer comes into being to say, okay, this factor plus this factor happened. When you make a prediction, it gives the reason behind the prediction. And so we have those data we're now collecting. We look at several agencies. For example, the temperature data lies with the Ministry of Aviation, which is NIMET. The satellite imagery that will have given them what they call the NDVI, the non-differential vegetational index, lies with Ministry of Science and Technology under NASDAQ. And then you have the volume of water available for irrigation with the RBD, the River Basin Development Authority, which only water resources. So these are different ministries. Now, agriculture is in charge of food security, does not have access to all the data in real time. And so we need to look at, by the time you harvest all this together and have them accessible to the AI, it gives you a better prediction. Now, this is one of them where the food security knowledge graph we did, which we use, which define some kind of relationship between various factors that brings about the explanation whenever a prediction is caused by a particular anomaly dictated by the AI. And so, for example, the NIMET has the weather prediction data, atmospheric triggers, the humidity, the dry spell, the temperature, it has it. The NISA, this one has the flood forecast, because you might have a very large hectare of land, and if there is flood, it wipe it away. It also affects the predicted food production for that year. That's why we're putting into consideration for the AI to consider in making the prediction. Now, the RBD, they have the infrastructure. They know the amount of the dam water level, which will determine how many command area can be covered by a farm during the farming season. And that determines the amount of hectare that will be covered, and then the level of food that can produce during the dry season to augment the rainfall that happens during the season. So we also have what we call the security reading. The security data blocks, planting nodes lead to farmland abandonment regardless of weather. So this also includes the knowledge graph. And then we also Finally, the economic stress, fuel price surge acts as a transportation multiplier, impacting market affordability in urban centers. So we find out that even when the food is produced, if anything happened to our fuel price, it increases. So it also jack up the price. So food might be available and people cannot afford it. I want to talk about food security. What made it is available and affordable economically for the average for citizen. So now we're looking at what we call the price transmission, linking logical overhead with the middleman mark up to the price that you find out that there's going to be a certain price hike within a certain period. Once they decide, okay, there's an increase in certain factor that will affect it. So according to Ahmed and Rossi, which they did there in 2024, they show that when they compare with symbolic, they have the R squared to be equal to 0.88, and that of the GNN baseline was 0.89. So meaning that if the speed difference between the GNN, which is just the normal deep learning network, and that of symbolic is just very little, meaning that even though you added the AI, the performance is maintained and or improved while adding transparency. Now, so what we look at the glass box trust significantly has a higher adoption rate by policymakers and analysts because they're able to know why this is predicted. And that gives them ability to, when they're making decisions, they know which resource to deploy and why it is being deployed. So now the same thing. So what we're doing is that we have our own data. We're still just gathered them. We've not finished to the point of we're still building the data lake house. So we've not reached the point of comparing the AI data from this our symbolic AI prediction. At the end. So our database, we have just available some data. The data from the various agency is not yet filled, so we're still building database now. But we have almost through it. Knowledge graph is already giving us some of the things we're going to do. So that's why we said, okay, it should be the way to go. If people want to be able to rely on AIs, it must be explainable so that they understand why they are taking that decision. So I think that's the summary of the presentation. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much. That was a great presentation. Please, if you have any question for him, please drop it on the chat of the call. Please drop it there so we can answer your questions. So going back, I'm checking if you have any other person that has any other presentation. Do we have any other presenter online?
Yes.
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 Okay, please
Yes.
drop it. Yes, so please drop it on the chat of the call so we can call you sequentially. Please drop your names so we can call you from there, please. I have like 3 yeses, so I can pick one person to start now. Anybody at the moment? Okay, so I have Mohammed Nazir Musa. Please, can you proceed? All right, so Mohammed, please, can we have you? Are you on the call?
Yes, I'm on the call.
Okay, please proceed with your presentation.
Okay. Oh. All right.
Sorry, we can't hear you. Please, can you help?
Can you see my screen?
No, we can't. All right. So Musa, Nazir Musa, we can't see your screen. While we're waiting for you to fix that, please can we have Jacqueline? Okay. Nazir Musa, we can see your screen now.
Okay. Good afternoon. I will be presenting on ADINT, an ML-powered advertisement intelligence for proactive threat detection in Nigerian digital ecosystem. Here are the authors. So the problem is that we have a lot of frauds going on in Africa, and then, for example, terrorist groups have actively been exploiting Facebook for paid promotions for radicalization. We have cybercrime and fraud going on, which as at 2024, the EFCC has said fraudulent investment advertisement have caused over $8 billion in annual losses in 2024 alone, and it has been growing exponentially. So there's also human trafficking, where thousands have been deceived to traffic abroad. So there is a critical ground. The Nigerian security agencies currently lack any systematic automated advertisement intelligence. These real threats are operating in the same infrastructure we use for legitimate commerce. And our security agencies are watching them with binoculars while threat actors use micro-targeted advertisement. So what is this ADINT? ADINT simply means the advertisement intelligence, which is a formalized intelligent discipline, according to Vines, that systematically exploit digital advertising content and metadata as an intelligence source. So ADINT is just micro-targeting individuals, which is just like a surveillance comparable to SIGINT. This can happen even on limited budgets. So why are we working on Nigeria? So it shows that we in Nigeria, we have more than 220 million population, which is the Africa's largest digital market. We are a low resource country. And then currently we don't have existing Nigeria specific trained model. So this paper tried to fill this gap by creating the first of its kind, an ML framework for Nigerian security detection. So we are using design science research methodology, which is an iterative cycle of problem identification, design, development, and evaluation. This six-phase ADINT research methodology consists of data generation, text pre-processing, feature engineering, data partitioning, model development, and system. Then we propose for this system development. The phase one here is where we generate data, we generate domain informed synthetic data, which consists of 3,000 samples. The normal sample, which is 54%. We have the fraud, cybercrime fraud, 22%, terrorism, 11%, and then trafficking, which is 10%. This is because we have an epistemological challenge, which exists because there is absence of labeled operational data sets or advertisement data sets that deals with malicious advertisement. Because of this, we're able to generate these data sets, and these data sets consist of ecological validity, realistic class imbalance, and grammatical ambiguity, so as to make sure that it mimic a realistic data. So after that, we conducted a text pre-processing. That's lowercase. We make sure all the words are in lowercase, so as the model that cannot recognize that are case sensitive will be able to understand it. We also perform URL and email removal, phone number stripping, special character normalization, tokenization, and stop word removal during the pre-processing pipeline. Here is a sample of the data. Here, this particular image was gotten from Twitter, where the message was, the kafir is halal for you, those who fight against for you. So fight against your deen. This is a message sent to people, which consists of a terror words or terrorism. So we also perform feature engineering, which consists of linguistic and structural feature engineering. We did character count, word count, because some specific words used by these fraud or terrorists shows urgency. So we got 8 features, then we perform sentiment analysis. This sentiment analysis mostly shows that there is polarity and subjective scores on those sentiments. It's always show that you want something urgently. So we capture the sentiment. If it's a very positive sentiment, we capture them. We also capture the threat domain keywords. Like terrorism, we have jihad, caliphate, fraud. In fraud case, we have guaranteed, there's guaranteed 100%, come and learn Forex. In trafficking, mostly words have to do with visa, overseas, Dubai. So also we also collected features using the TF-IDF on Python. This is a dedicated library to collect features. We collected up to 1,000 features fitted onto the training sets. So in total, we have 1,013 dimensional feature vectors. We use 4 model architectures, which include the random forest, gradient boosting, BiLSTM, and BAT. We use them based on the fact that they've been used and demonstrated superior performance, mostly in online advertisement fraud link. Here are the references. So at the end of the day, the BAT model was able to predict or have an accuracy of 91.3%, accuracy of 91.3%, F1 score of 91. The training time was around 15 minutes. While in the case of random forest, it's also have a high accuracy of 90% F1 score, but its training time is within 2 minutes. So this shows that, in fact, between all the 4 models, there is only 2.5 percentage points that separate all these models. That's from 88.83 to 91.33. This challenges the assumption that transformers are always superior. In this case, random forest, even though has a lower performance compared to the BART, that's the BAT.
Please, you have 1 minute more.
Okay. It was able to predict it in 1 minute, in less than 2 minutes. So here is the per class performance. For the BRT, it has a perfect prediction for terrorism and trafficking, while in the random forest only has a perfect score for terrorism. Here we try to get some advert sentences from Twitter and Facebook which was not part of the data set. So we conducted a test on it, and here it gives on an accuracy. For the first case, you can see it shows that it's a fraud with 94.5% class probability. So we did it for the remaining test cases, 4 test cases. So we propose a two-stage deployments, two-stage deployments. We propose using stage 1 using random forest at the stage 1 because of the time it took less time. And then the BATS analysis, which took higher time. So in the first case, in the case of random forest, when the accuracy confidence is high, you can send it to you can alert any of the agencies. But when the accuracy is low, you can use the BATS model to see where it's either it should be flagged or not. So in our data set, we didn't include multilingual complexity, which include the Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, or Pidgin English. No adversarial testing. So the attackers which we not on. So the code also found here. So in conclusion, this is the first event-based defined specifically for Nigeria security architecture.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Mohammed. Thank you so much, Mr. Mohammed, for your presentation. Yes, we're run out of time. So please, if you have any questions to him, please drop it on the chat of the call. Thank you. So next we'll be going to Jacqueline. Thank you. All right, please, you have 10 minutes or so.
Hi, everyone. Maybe you can confirm if I can be heard from the other end. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Please proceed.
All right. Thank you. So I'm Jacqueline Gogo, a PhD student at University of Embu, Kenya, and also a PhD fellow at Kala Trust, Nairobi, Kenya. So I'll be presenting a work in progress. So this study reframes AI design through African women's livelihood intelligence. That is a conceptual framework for SMEs, that is the small and medium entrepreneurs context. The current AI optimizes for efficiency and profit, but women-led SMEs in Africa balance survival, safety, dignity, and unpaid care. So we realize that AI is technically efficient, but fails to understand how women actually make decisions. So in our study, we really argue that women use these 3 forms of intelligence that AI really misses. So the first one is the contextual intelligence, which we can talk of adapting to children care or market days. That is an example. Then the second one that we focus on is on moral intelligence. For instance, refusing an exploitative loan to preserve dignity. Then the third intelligence is embodied intelligence, like reading customer trust through lived experience, which current AI captures none of these. So this study is guided by is guided by 3 questions, which we really focuses on. The first one is, what do women use that AI misses? And secondly, what value guide their practices, and how do we build those AI? And the third one, how can co-design create better definition of value, efficiency, and fairness? So these are the 3 questions that we really want to we are focusing on in our study. This study, in this slide, we are highlighting a few references, some past studies, existing studies, because we must at least recognize them. So a study carried out in Ghana found that women had less credit but more food security. Again, one carried in Kenya found that dignity guided health decisions. Again, one carried out in East Africa, that is based on climate adaptation, found that women prioritized a risk reduction over profit. Again, one in Nigeria, where care and stigma shaped business sustainability, and women consistently prioritize survival, dignity, and care over profit. So the existing gap that has been identified by these studies, that mental well-being was never measured. Again, we have the intelligence, that is the women's reasoning, again, was never theorized as intelligence. Again, we have no study connected these findings to AI design, which this study really tries to focus on. Again, the theoretical framework. So we build on different frameworks. That is the value sensitive design, value as lived experience. We build on socio-technical system theory, again on feminist ACI plus the participatory design. We have the conceptual framework, where our 3 layers framework shows how women's livelihood practices, that is care, safety, informality, flows through socio-technical system of norms and power and translate into AI design principles, which include the dignity, stability, care load, and trust. So this is our translation pathway. So this study has carried out, I've said it is a work in progress. So we've carried out a pilot study that is in Lagos, Nigeria, and Kenya, Nairobi, within the rural areas. So the business types that we focused on are the fashion and creative, food and catering, and digital businesses. So the pilot study just focused on 20 women for now. So we had findings.
It's a job. So
the first finding is on.
That she was having something close to 55, 75, 65.
Yeah.
Dr. Luakemi, please, can you mute your mic?
So the first finding is on credit access, which does not predict risk taking. So women with and without loans were both risk averse because they associate loans with loss of control, social pressure, and fear of instability. So basically, AI So AI must perceive risk, not just financial access. Then the next finding is on high education, was based on education level. So high education increases a risk aversion, where we have the highly educated women, that is the postgraduate women, or the most risk averse. Then educated women will define success as stability and work-life balance, not profit, unlike the uneducated, not uneducated, but let's talk of less educated. So They do not assume educated users want growth recommendations that are focused on AI. Then the third one is on married women. So married women prioritize care explicitly. So family dependency, children, and stability drive their decisions, unlike single women, which focuses on passion and opportunity. AI that ignores household structure will generate irrelevant recommendation. That is on the women that are single, and again, women that are married, because we have children and family to take care of. So that can always influence the decision. Then the next finding is on business type. So business type shapes decision cycles. So we checked on the food vendors who really need daily cash flow optimization. Fashion entrepreneurs need trend forecasting. So you realize that at the end of the day, one AI system cannot solve both. So AI must be sector aware, which can only be found when we go into deep, like having focus group, a discussion, and getting the issue to the core. Sorry. So this is just the summary of the findings that we've just presented over there. That is basically credit alone does not predict behavior. Higher education increases risk aversion. Again, married women prioritize care and fashion. So alternative metrics. So this means that we need alternative metrics for AI, not profit margin, but stability. Not growth rate, but care load accommodation. Not standardized fairness, but co-defined fairness with women. So this metric must be co-designed, not just imposed. Now the framework of the framework change. So our framework fundamentally changes AI design. Standardized AI design maximizes profit, and as well treats women as data source, not just as resources. So our features, this is a study in progress. So our feature study will have women in survey, again in interview, focus study, and again for design workshops. Then we'll translate the women's intelligence into AI principal metrics. Then we'll conduct prototype, that is co-build and test AI with women. That is within rural Kenya and Nigeria. We'll share the open source toolkit for the participatory AI design workshop. Then these are the references. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for the great presentation. Thank you so much. Please, do you have questions? Please, if you have questions, please can we proceed to ask on the chat of the call. Okay, please can you display your first slide so we can see it, please? All right, thank you so much. While we're waiting for her to display her first slide, Dr. Isaac Eleshemoy, please can you please prepare for your presentation?
Yes, it is here.
Dr. Isaac, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here, man. Good evening, man.
Okay, please, you can stop presenting. Okay, Dr. Isaac, please, can you proceed with your presentation?
Okay, man. I'm coming. Sorry, I want to share my screen. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you see my screen?
Oh, yes,
Can
we
you
can
hear me,
see it.
sir?
Yes, we can.
Yes, yes, we can see it.
Okay. So
Can
good
see it. Thank
afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Isaac Elesemoyo, and I'm presenting a YOLO 11-based deep learning system for accurate real-time tomato disease classification. So these are my outline. So agriculture in Nigeria contributes a higher percentage to the revenue of the country, aside from food oil and some other natural resources. And Nigeria is the second largest producer of tomato in Africa. Now, we know that tomato they are vulnerable because within few, even in the farm, if you get them planted, you might not get a reasonable percentage of those tomatoes harvested in a healthy way. So, because of that, work has been done to help farmers to manage inspection and prediction of tomato disease and classification of tomato disease so that they can know how to carry out rescue easily. And so some of the methods that have been applied are manual inspections, which you would need an expert to be able to tell the local farmer that, okay, this is the disease that is affecting your tomato. There is they also have issues of pesticide overuse. People just, there's there's a disease affecting my tomato. People say, okay, go and get this pesticide, get this, get that, and that. So another thing that happened is because of disease spread, we have what we call food losses, and there are other technologies have been used in the past to help farmers classify these diseases so that they can detect them and know what they are so that they can raise intervention for them. But in this work, we are trying to look at ULU 11 and see how we can apply it to tomato disease and see how if we can better classify them and make them have a better system than what we had previously, and also a web application that the farmers can use and carry out their work. So in the past, these are some of the models that have been used. K-means plus KNN, good but last scalability, VGDC 9.92.8, CNN lightweight 97.6, YOLO V5, YOLO V8. So in this case, we are using a plant village data set downloaded from Kaggle. The data set has 18,160 tomato leaf images and classified into 10 classes. So, and the resolution of those images ranges from 500 to 2,560 pixels. And these are the classes: bacterial, spots, early blights, late blights, leaf mold, sectorial leaf spots, spider mites, target spots, mosaic virus, yellow leaf, call virus, and heady tomato leaf. Because the system should also be able to tell us if the tomato is healthy. And the data split is 70% for training, 15% validation, and 15% for testing. So these are architecture. We feed the data, we have the data sets, then we reduce the image because we have them in various sizes to 256 by 256 pixel image. We carry out data augmentation and we split them and carry out the training. Now, this is the architecture, the backbone for visual extraction using C3K2 block, multi-scale visual aggregation, soft masking classification into the 10 different classes. Now, so the augmentation, we have rotation, horizontal flipping, vertical flip, scaling, contrast adjustment, noise addition, and HSV color sheet are resized to 256 by 256. Now, these are the upper parameter used for the training: the learning rate of 0.001, batch size of 16, approach of 30, SGD optimizer, a dropout of 0.3, and input size of 256 by 256. So performance, the final accuracy is 99.2%, MAP at 50, 0.93, average interference is 420 milliseconds, validation loss close followed training loss. Loss trend decreases from 1.57 to 0.14. Top 1 accuracy is 99.2% and top 5 accuracy is 99.9. So this is the this is the curve. We have the accuracy, training loss and validation loss. We also have the training accuracy and validation accuracy, because both the training and validation goes on simultaneously. So we have the evaluation results for each of the classes as presented. Then these are the confusion matrix and the normalized confusion matrix for the model. Then this is the model compared to previous model that had worked on tomato disease classification, and Sivagamin and Mohana Priya 2021 had 98.6% accuracy. CMS network has 96.9. VGGC Ulu has 92.8. CNN also they has 97.6. YOLO V5 has 97, and for Pandeya in 2023, and for Rajamohan and later 2023, 0.93, and their MAP is 0.76 and 0.95 respectively. For YOLO V8, Liu et al. 2024 and Sean et al. 2025 had 94.6% accuracy. At the second, the Yishan et al. Didn't present the accuracy. For their MAP at 0.5, was presented at 0.95 and 0.798 respectively. The proposed model has an accuracy of 9.92 and a MAP at 0.5 of 0.93. So this is the interface design they developed for the disease classifier, where the user can upload the image of the leaf and analyze. And when it analyzes, the system will tell the user that, okay, this is the disease detected, and will tell the user, we have a confidence to a social level of percentage. Here in the case is 93.15, that septoral leaf spot is what is the disease we're having on the image on the screen. So limitation, the clean data sets, condition imbalance, class imbalance. We have class imbalance, then we have tomato.
1 minute more, please.
All right, we require internet connectivity, then future work, feed Nigerian data set, offline mobile deployment, and treatment recommendation system. So these are the significance of the work. And conclusion, YOLO 11 achieved 99.2 classification accuracy and an MAE 0.5 of 0.93 across 10 tomato disease classes. So it surpasses all baseline method, real-time interference capability, successfully deployed using React, JS, and Fast API. And it also supports other agricultural domain and food security initiatives. Thank you for listening. Questions are welcome. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for the great presentation. Please, if you have any questions for Dr. Isaac, please drop it on the chat of the call. We'll be ready to answer our questions. Thank you. So I'll proceed to the next presenter, Musafik Jan. Please, are you on the call? Musfika Jan, are you on the call, please? Okay, so I'll proceed to the next person. Mrs. Giwa Uluwakemi, are you on the call?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello.
I can hear you. Please, who is speaking?
Can you see my screen?
Okay.
Hello.
I shouldn't see the doctor.
Hello.
Hi. Felix, please, can you mute your mic? Felix,
Hi, Jaan, we can hear you. Please go on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Okay. Hello everyone and welcome. My name is Musfika Jahan. I'm presenting on behalf of the co-authors from the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at BRAC University, Bangladesh. It is an honor to be here at IndabaX Nigeria 2026 discuss title Defending Against Text-Based Social Engineering Attacks Using Federated Adversarial Learning. Before we dive into the technical details, let me provide brief roadmap of what we will cover. We will start with the background and the motivation behind our research, addressing the limitation of existing works, outlining our specific problem statements. From there, I will walk you through our core contribution, specifically our unified dataset construction and our proposed methodology. We will then explore model components focusing on the JPA attraction architecture and the MOOC and head, followed by our federated learning and federated adversarial learning pipelines. Finally, we will review the results, discuss the limitation, and outline the future work. Let's begin with the context. Text-based social engineering primarily involves phishing emails and SMS-based phishing, commonly known as smishing. We observe that attackers continuously adapt their language, URL patterns, and formatting to bypass traditional handcrafted rules and keyword filters. To accurately detect these threats, we must look at the messages as multi-view data, plain text, and optional HTML and URL or structural cues. However, training models centrally on this raw messaging data process a significantly privacy risk. This naturally leads us to federated learning, which allows for collaborative model training without the need to share raw data. Together, these factors motivate a dual approach, joint presenting learning combined with robust federated training for real-world deployment. Okay, our motivation is driven by four key realities. First, the sheer volume of phishing is massive. Attackers scale their campaign across both email and SMS, making automated detection an absolute necessity. Second, we face strict privacy constraints. Centralized training requires collecting raw, sensitive user and organizational messages. Federated learning circumvents this by training models without sharing the raw text. Third, in the real world, client data is heavily non-IIT. Different organizations or devices have varying class ratios and attack styles, which causes several model drift when using standard FedEdge. To counter this, we utilize the scaffold algorithm to reduce client drift under non-IID updates. Finally, the adversarial adaptation is the constant. Attackers intentionally use the obfuscation and evasion tactics, meaning that model robustness is not just too nice to have, but essential for our deployment. When we look at our existing solution, they generally fall into two categories. Traditional machine learning uses techniques that TF, IDF, Ngrams, and manually designed URL features, along with classifiers such as SVMs or random forest. These methods are fast and easy to understand, but they struggle when attackers hide and change phishing patterns in new way. On the other hand, deep contextual models such as transformer and CNS learns richer patterns. However, these contextual encoders can be compute heavy for deployment, and their reliance on centralized training remains a glaring privacy concern for messaging data. Research gap, this creates a clear research gap. Current methods often violate privacy constraints via centralized training. They exhibit poor robustness to adaptive attackers utilizing obfuscation. There is a limit, meaning text, HTML, URL, queues, and rarely learned jointly. Lastly, there is a deployment mismatch. Models are mostly evaluated in centralized setting, not the federated environments required for privacy. So our problem statement is, how can we effectively detect phishing emails as smishing messages while protecting user privacy by not sharing raw messages, handling different types of client data distribution, non-IID data, and staying strong against attackers who try to hide or modify malicious content. To address this, to address a research objective, we propose a comprehensive pipeline. Our contribution include create unified datasets that aggregate multiple emails, SMS sources to into a shared canonical schema. We introduce a JPA-based representation to join embedding for text, URL, and HTML. We deploy an MoCan prediction head that offers expert explanation and express feature transform. Finally, we use federated learning to reduce the problem caused by different kinds data distribution. We also combine it federated adversarial learning to make system robust against attacks by applying small changes in the embedding space during training. Sorry. Let's look at our data. We combined an email dataset, 1,82,709 samples, and SMS dataset, 1,99,563 samples. You might ask why unify them. Creating one canonical schema allows for presenting single pre-processing pipeline. It ensures the same JPA embedding and extraction across both channels. It keeps core schema field aligned, meaning we can run consistent federated learning and adversarial training evaluation. Ultimately, it enables a single deployment system to support both email and SMS, vastly simplifying real-world implementation.
Okay.
Okay, look at the architecture.
Thank you have 3 minutes more.
Okay. Okay. From our architecture, we can see that our backbone is JPA, and which learn to predict representation rather than individual tokens, which helps the model to understand the deeper meaning of the of text and makes the search stronger against the hidden. Here is our JPA email results and SMS JPA results. Then we use MoCan. MoCan privacy is very important. We train this architecture for using Flower client server setup pair scaffold. In our reality non-IID data, we found this standard federal edge was unstable on data splits. Therefore, we implemented scaffold to correct line drift using control variants. To address this attacker evasion, I mentioned earlier, we implemented federated learning adversarial or FAL. Crucially, the adversarial changes are not applied in the embedding space, not the token space. On each client, okay, let's start with the results. Moving to our results, our warm start training for the MoCan head showed validation accuracy around 0.89, with the rock curve demonstration strongly separated by an AOC approximately 0.968. The stability supported its use of federated learning. When evaluating the federated learning curves, the server, we made a crucial observation regarding non-IID drift. The best global performance actually appears early in the round 1, which was 0.85, then AUC is 0.9%. When comparing our methodology to prior works, the advantage of our pipeline becomes very clear. Unlike traditional machine learning models that are easily bypassed by obfuscation or centralized deep learning approaches that inherently compromise under privacy, our proposed model bridges both gaps. By utilizing a federated adversarial aware architecture, we achieve the rich contextual understanding of deep models, while strictly maintaining data privacy and significantly enhancing robust against adaptive attacks. Okay, limitation. Finally, we must acknowledge our limitation. Adversarial objectives naturally increases training difficulties, meaning loss may rise even as actual robustness improves. Furthermore, this proposed model is strictly applicable to text-based social engineering. Resolves the model selection challenge. To conclude, we successfully built a privacy preservation, phishing, and smishing detection pipeline. We unified email and SMS sources and MoCan head for capacity under non-IID conditions, and the integrated file for realistic robustness. Our key takeaway for deployment is the critical nature of base round checkpointing due to non-IID drift. For future work, because scans are based on the spline lengths, we hold theoretical interoperability. We aim to visualize which specific can expert trigger on particular phishing words. We also plan to extend the model to broader like attachment, QR codes, and multilingual content. Lastly, we will explore the personalized through client-specific heads and evaluate different robust aggregation strategies for FL network. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
All right.
That's all
Thank you
for
so
my
much.
side.
All right. Thank you so much for a great presentation. Please, if you have any questions for the presenter, please use the chat board to have that question. Please ask your question from the chat. Thank you for your presentation. Moving on, we'll be moving on to Abra Mahir Rohan. Rohan, are you on the call?
Yeah, am I audible?
Okay, yes, you are audible. Please proceed with your presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Give me some time. So is my screen is visible?
Coming
Hello?
through. Oh, yes, it's visible.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Okay, let's start. So yeah, good evening, everyone, from my side. I think it's good afternoon here at Nigeria. So yeah, so I'm Avram Mahir Rohan, a recent graduate from the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at Prague University, Bangladesh. Uh, is my screen visible? Hello.
Yes, it's visible. Yes, your screen is visible.
It's visible. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm Avram Mahir Rohan, a recent graduate, what I've said, from the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at Prague University from Bangladesh. So it is an honor to be here today representing my co-authors, who's Nafis Khan, Tahsin Tazwa, Tonni, Fuad Ferdin, and Anika Bushra. So our research is mainly titled Anchor Guided Repair, addresses a growth crisis in the AI industry. Right now, most enterprise level models are downloaded from unverified sources, and to actually run them on consumer hardware, and so we have to aggressively compress them. So this double hit of potential security vulnerabilities and quantization damage makes models erratic and unreliable. So the important stuff we are here to solve is this: when a model breaks post-deployment, the average user can afford to retrain it from scratch, and they are usually stuck with a broken tool. So we have developed a way to change that. Our work introduced a lightweight defense mechanism that allows a damaged model to heal itself by anchoring to its original intelligence. So today I will show you how we can restore stability to these systems without the massive computational cost usually required for AI repair. So this slide is all about me, you can see here. So now moving on to this slide. So the studies show that around 62% of enterprise language models are downloaded from external sources with the proper integrity checking. This means many systems depends on unverified pre-trained weights. And at the same time, to run these models on normal consumer GPUs, they are often quantized into INT8 or even 4-bit precision. So while this makes deployment easier, added weight noise can increase quantization and added weight noise can increase perplexity and make the model behave inconsistently depending on the prompt. The situation is even worse because 70% of open source AI repositories contain workflow security issues. And on the other hand, most exciting defense methods assume the model weights are clean, the training data is private, and large computational resources are available. These assumptions do not match how open source models are actually used. So the problem arises as the end user cannot retain or properly fix these models. So they are left with two bad choices: deploy an unreliable LLM or stop using it altogether. So based on these, the main objectives of our research are to study, number one, how quantization and weight noise degrade LLMs. develop an anchor-guided repair approach that restores stable behavior. And number 3 is bounded recovery across floating point 16, INT8, and 4-bit precision settings, and evaluated beyond perplexity using prompt level consistency. So now moving on to the next slide, we propose anchor-guided repair, a lightweight post-deployment defense method to stabilize pre-trained language models that become degraded due to low precision quantization and weight noise attack. So if we look at our methodology, the phase 1 is baseline establishment. We start with the pre-trained language model initially. We choose for model 0.2.5, which is 0.5 billion, and Pythia 410 million, loaded directly from its original checkpoint without any fine-tuning. So we first evaluated it in floating point 16 half precision, which is our baseline model. Then we quantize it into INT8 and 4-bit to measure how much perplexity changes just from precision reduction alone before any attack or defense is applied. So this step is crucial because it separates the damage caused purely by quantization from the damage caused later by weight noise. So we need that clean separation to interrupt our results correctly. And if we saw the phase 2, this phase runs in 2 parallel directions simultaneously. On the left side, we have phase 2.1, which is task adaptation. And on the right side, we have seen we can see the phase 2.2, which is attack simulation. So on the phase 2.1, here we take the pretend model and fine-tune it on Wikitext 2 training set for 200 steps using a standard casual language modeling objectives. The result of the step is what we call the clean adapted baseline. This model becomes 2 very important things in our pipeline. First, it states the upper performance ceiling that all our attack and defending models will be measured against. And second, it becomes our frozen anchor reference during defense training. We save it in floating point 16 and also quantize it into INT8 and 4-bit for comparison. On the right side, we're in phase 2.2. There we take that same clean adapted baseline and inject Gaussian weight noise into it at 3 carefully calibrated severity levels. 10% attack severity for perplexity increase, similarly 15 and 20%. The sigma values for these noise levels were calculated separately for each model using the calibration method, which I will discuss later. And now phase 3 is defense training. Now this is the core of our work. We apply our anchor guided repair separately to each of the 3 attack models, the 10%, 15%, and 20% attack versions. The defense uses a dual model architecture. The clean adapted baseline sits frozen on the CPU as our anchor reference. The attack model is loaded as a trainable instance on the GPU. During each training step, we compute 2 things: the standard cross entropy language modeling loss and then anchor penalty, which is the L2 distance between the current weights and the frozen clean weights. These 2 are combined into a single total loss. Now, to find the best configuration, we ran 3 hyperparameter iterations. In the first attempt, lambda was set to 1e-5 with 250 training steps. In the second, we relaxed lambda to 5e-6 and extended steps to 300. In the third and best configuration, lambda was 2e-6 with 400 steps. Each iteration progressively improved recovery rates. The result of this phase is 3 defended checkpoints.
1 more minute.
Okay. So now moving on to the next slide, we said is background research. For background research, we went through 24 peer-reviewed studies from 2020 to present, focusing on low-bit quantization robustness, weight noise sensitivity, post-deployment recovery methods. Now slide 5. So for controlled evaluation, we use the Wikitext 2 benchmark dataset. It contains, here you can say, the 36,000 training samples, 3,760 validation samples, and 2.5 million tokens across the train, and 262K validation token with a concept length of 248 tokens. Now moving on to the next slide, we can see another, that is perplexity alone doesn't capture real world prompt behavior. So we evaluate robustness using a 96 prompt suite across 12 categories, such as you can see here, it is already written here. For each prompt, we compute ordering consistency and stability improvement through variance reduction. Now, moving to the next slide, which is weight noise attack formulation. So now let's take over how we actually simulate the attack. The core idea is straightforward. Instead of attacking the model through its inputs, we go directly after its parameters. For every weight tensor, W is the model, and we add a noise term epsilon sampled from a zero mean Gaussian distribution with variance sigma squared. So the attack weight W prime equals W plus epsilon. So the sigma here is the key control knob. A larger sigma means a stronger, more damaging attack, and the lower sigma is less damaging attack. So moving on to the next slide, which is calibrating noise strength. Now a natural question arises, how much noise do we actually inject? We don't just pick sigma arbitrarily. We define attack severity in terms of perplexity degradation. Specifically, we define R as the ratio of attack model's perplexity to the clean baseline perplexity. Empirically, we found that this relationship follows a log quadratic pattern. Log R sigma scales approximately as a times sigma squared plus V. From this, we can invert the formula to find the exact sigma needed to hit a target degradation level. From there, we can calculate the sigma value for the 10%, 50%, and 20% respectively. So moving on to the next slide is a quantization as a low precision drug.
Please, can you conclude your work, please?
Okay. So now moving on to our main thing, which is the defense overview. This represents our complete defense mechanism. Although it may appear complex at first glance, I will explain it. I will explain how anchoring is needed. First and important, we are not retraining the model from scratch. Instead, we are trying to repair a physically damaged or noisy model using what we call anchor guided repair. So the problem with normal fine tuning is that only tries to reduce production error. It changes the weights whenever the output is wrong, but it has no understanding of what the original correct weights were supposed to be. So because of that, the model may start healing in the wrong decision. So in one simple line, the model may hit. So most important, so our training objective is to solve this. Our defense mechanism uses two forces working together. One is cross entropy loss and other is LCE. So this is the standard learning signal used in language models. We train using the Wikitext2 dataset, and the idea is very simple. If the model predicts the next word incorrectly, the weights are adjusted. Cross entropy loss measures how wrong the models predicted. Probabilities are for the correct next word. So if I see that this is how our anchor losses works. And if these are the results which we have got for the 10%, 15%, and 20% for both of the models. And now if I for prompt-wise consistency, Qwen 2.5 performed very brilliantly, but in the Pythia, it didn't perform well. So which we will conclude as our future work. So if we tell something about our challenges. So the first challenge was the trade-off between recovery and stability. If we fine-tune too aggressively, the model drifts and becomes unstable or overfitted. So if adaptation is too weak, recovery is ineffective. So anchor-guided repair required careful balancing of learning rate and anchoring strength. So, and the key contributions, we introduced anchor-guided repair, a simple and model agnostic post-deployment recovery strategy. And then we propose a prompt-level robustness evaluation framework that reveals instability hidden by average metrics. And moreover, we show consistent robustness and recovery trends across different model families. Even we provide a calibrated evaluation method for weight noise attacks using perplexity ratios. And now moving on to our final slide, which is future work. So first, we aim to scale anchor-guided repair to larger and multilingual models. And then we aim to improve generalization across prompt times. As you can see that Pythia didn't perform well. Recovery currently restores language modeling fluency, but it is less consistent on instruction style prompts. Third, we plan to decouple anchor availability from full model access. Instead of storing an entire clean model, only selected anchor weights from sensitive layers could be securely stored. So this allows recovery while preserving model confidentially and reducing storage requirements, making the method practical for real world deployment. So in conclusion, I want to say our work moves beyond measuring robustness. It provides a practical pathway for stabilizing pre-trained language models after deployment disturbance. So that's it. Thank you everyone for giving me the floor and for hearing me throughout this time. So, and these are the reference we have used throughout our research.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much for the presentation. I noticed you were trying to rush through your slide. Or if you have it open source, we can always go back and watch it again. Thank you so much for the great presentation. Great work today. All right, moving on. If you have any questions for Rohan, please drop it on the chat of the call and he will do well to respond to our message. Thank you. Moving on to our last presenter we have Ms. Oluwakemi Giwa. Yes, please proceed with your presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. While she's getting started to start up, we have the Women in AI session coming up. Let's sit back and enjoy the chit chat. Thank you.
Actually, I've not presented my.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, but we can't see your slide.
You can't see slide.
We can't see your slide. Now? No, we can't see your slide. No.
I'll share it. I'm coming.
Yeah, the presenter, I think you're muted. Madam Luakemi.
Mrs. Giwa is trying to come up with a slide. So
Oh,
we're
okay,
waiting
okay.
for her. Please let's get ready for the Women in AI session. It's going to be interesting. So let's sit back and enjoy. Please unmute your mic. I can't hear you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
My name is Giwa Oluwakemi. I'm presenting on behalf of the AI Research Group at Oladison University. Today, I will be presenting our paper, Orin Lyrics, a multilingual Nigerian song lyrics dataset and baseline for efficient language detection. This work appears, I'm truly excited to share it with this community because it speaks directly to one of the most pressing challenges in African AI, the lack of culturally grounded, linguistically rich data sets for our language and our story. Let us begin. Let me start with the why. Natural language processing has seen tremendous advances through deep learning and large language models, but these advances have overwhelmingly benefited a handful of high-resource languages: English, Chinese, Spanish. The African continent, home to over 2,000 languages, has been largely left behind. Existing African NLP initiatives like Mazakana, and Afribat have made important progress, but they focus almost entirely on formal text, news articles, and translation corpora. Music lyrics represent something completely different. They are informal, creative, culturally specific. And in Nigeria, they are deeply multilingual. An artist like Burna Boy or Fela Kuti might switch between Yoruba, English, and Pidgin in a single verse. This code switching is not an anomaly. It reflects how millions of Nigerians actually communicate. Before this work, there was no large-scale, publicly available, fair compliance corpus of Nigerian song lyrics. We set out to fill that gap. So what exactly is Ori lyrics? Ori lyrics is a multilingual corpus of 853 Nigerian songs, covering 22 musical genres and 18 language categories. The corpus contains over 124,000 tokens, with nearly 12,000 unique vocabulary terms, an average of over 6 tokens per song. Each song record contains not just the lyrical text, but rich structural metadata, the artist name, song title, album, genre classification, language category, year of release, cultural origin, and the source URL. Critically, the dataset was designed from the ground up to comply with fair data principles, findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. It is publicly hosted on Mendeley data with a persistent DOI and an open academic license. This is not just a dataset, it is a community resource. You can access it today. Let me walk you through how we build Soaring lyrics. The pipeline has 5 stages. First, lyrics collection. We use automated Python web scraping to extract lyrical text from publicly available music platforms and lyric repositories. Web scraping is widely validated in corpus linguistics for scalable text collection. Second, metadata extraction. For every song, we capture the artist name, the title, the album, genre classification, language category, year of release, cultural region, and the source URL. Third, data cleaning. This was a critical manual step. We removed duplicates, enforced metadata consistency, and excluded any song with incomplete or corrupted text. Quality over quantity. Fourth, tokenization. We apply a standard NLP pre-processing pipeline. Lower casing, punctuation removal, white space normalization, white space-based tokenization. Importantly, this preserves the multilingual character of the lyrics. We did not strip non-English token. Fifth and finally, dataset compilation. The clean, tokenized, and structured dataset was packaged and published on Mendeley data, fully compliant with fair data principles. Now let me share what the data actually looks like. Looking at the top words in our corpus, they, love, know, like, baby. We see dominant themes of romantic relationship, emotional experience, and social connection. These are the same things that drive popular music globally, but expressed here through Nigerian vernacular and multilingual blending. The word frequency distribution shown in the bar chart on the left follows a Siphian distribution, exactly what we expect in natural language. A small number of words dominate usage, while most words appear rarely. This is a healthy sign that our corpus exhibits natural linguistic structure, not artificial oration artifacts. On the right, we see the genre distribution, gospel, Afropop, and Fuji have the highest representation, reflecting contemporary trends in Nigerian music production. In total, we cover 22 genres, from juju and highlife to hip hop and Afro soul, capturing the breadth of Nigerian musical landscape. If you look at this slide, it's really the heart of what makes Ori lyrics unique. On the left, you can see the language distribution across our corpus. Notice that the majority of songs are not purely monolingual. The largest categories are mixed language composition, English Pidgin native, English Pidgin, and Yoruba with mixed elements. Pure English appears relatively low in the ranking. This is the reality of Nigerian music. It is inherently multilingual. On the right, I highlight the code switching dimension. Code switching, alternating between languages within a single discourse, is documented at the song level in our dataset. The transition maps show that Yoruba to Yoruba is the dominant pattern. The transition to English and mixed language songs are also present. We also use sentence transformer embeddings with human dimensionality reduction to visualize semantic cluster. Distinct linguistic groups emerge naturally from the data. Yoruba lyrics cluster together, English separately, and mixed language compositions sit in between, bridging the language groups. This is a beautiful confirmation that the multilingual structure of the corpus is linguistically rich. Now let us look at what the data can do. We apply CFIDF vectorization to transform song lyrics into numerical feature vectors. Then train a multi-class logistic regression model with a one versus best strategy across all 22 genres. The formula on the left shows CFIDF, the product of term frequency within a document, and the inference document frequency across the entire corpus. This gives higher weights to words that are distinctive to specific songs or genres. The classification results an overall accuracy of 54% across 22 genres, compared to the random baseline of approximately 4.5% for a 22 class problem. Our model achieves more than 12 times the random baseline. This is a strong signal that the lyrical content carries genuine, learnable information about them. Error analysis show that most misclassifications occur between stylistically related genres, Afrobeat and hip hop, for example, which share linguistic elements and semantic patterns. This is not a failure, it is linguistically meaningful. To contextualize the
more.
lyrics within the border African NLP landscape, let me show you this comparison table. The dominant African NLP data set, Mazakin, Mazakana, Afribat, Afro LM, and LLMV, have all made important contributions, but look at the pattern. They all focus on formal text domain like machine translation and named entity recognition. None of them capture code switching, none include cultural metadata. Only lyrics is differentiated in three fundamental ways. First, we capture informal creative expression, language as it is actually used, not as it appears in news articles. Second, we document native code switching, the multilingual mixing that define Nigerian message and Nigerian communication. Third, we provide social cultural metadata, enabling not just NLP benchmarking, but cultural analytics, music information retrieval, and sociolinguistic research. Orally does not compete with this data set. It complements them by covering the domain they all make. I want to be transparent about the limitations of the work, as any good researcher should. First, data set scope. Our corpus draw from online platform, which means traditional music that has not been digitalized is absent. Nigerian has approximately 500 indigenous language, and we cover only a fraction of them. Second, class imbalance. Gospel, Afro pop, and Fuji are overrepresented because they dominate online platforms. Researchers using Orin lyrics for supervised learning should apply appropriate sampling strategies. So the annotation, granularity. Our language labels are the song level. For true code switching analysis, we need token or line level annotation. This is our most pressing next step. Fourth, copyright and ethics. The lyrics are for academic research only. We also emphasize that researchers must engage with Nigerian cultural content with appropriate sensitivity. Slang terms and cultural references carry meaning that cannot be assumed. Looking ahead, our priorities are expanding language coverage, introducing token level annotation, reporting per journey metrics, fine-tuning multilingual transformers on the corpus, and conducting temporal cultural analysis using the release year metadata. Let me close with three key takeaways. First, Orin lyrics is first large scale, fair compliant corpus of Nigerian song lyrics. 853 songs, 22 genres, 18 language categories, built for reproducible open research. Second, the corpus is linguistically authentic. CPR word distribution, native code switching patterns, and geometrically distinct multilingual embedded cluster all confirm that this data set captures real Nigerian language use, not clean up format text. We have demonstrated real predictive value, an accuracy of 0.54, more than 12 times the random baseline, shows that lyrical features carry meaningful genre information, establishing a benchmark that future more powerful models can build on. The dataset is publicly available today at the DOI. You can see the QR scan. You can scan it to get the dataset. Please scan the QR code to access it directly on Medley Data. We hope for lyrics
Please
become
round
a
up.
valuable
Thank
resource
you.
for the community, and we welcome collaboration to expand language coverage, improve annotation, and build African language technology that truly reflects our cultural vision. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much for that amazing presentation. Please, if you have any questions for the presenter, please drop it on the chat of the call. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining. So far, we want to get feedback. So if you've enjoyed the session so far, with emoji, just give me an emoji if you enjoyed the session so far. I want to know. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Right, thank you. So there's a link that have been dropped on the chat of the call. So we want to all attendees to please fill that form for their certificate. Please, let's be cautious of the way the name is being spelled. As the name is being spelled, that's going to be appearing on the certificate. So please, let's be cautious about that. Thank you so
Hello, ma. Can you hear me, ma?
Thank you so much. Really
Can you hear
appreciate
me,
that.
ma?
That was everyone. So
Can
please,
you
let's
hear me,
all
ma?
that link. Okay.
Hello, ma. Can you
the form is where?
Someone's on our last presentation.
So we get the form where, please?
So we have one last presentation. That's what we want to quiz. So please go ahead, please.
Hello, ma. Can you hear me, ma? Hello, ma. Hello, ma. Can you hear me?
Mr. Ogbonaya, are you
Kindly
there?
go ahead.
I think you said you have a
Okay.
presentation. Kindly go ahead, please.
All right. Please, ma, confirm that you can hear me.
Oh, yes, we can hear you. Please proceed. You have 10 minutes. Thank you.
All right.
Women in
All
AI,
right.
please get ready.
So I'm presenting the research work titled Optimize Transfer Learning Pipeline using ResNet 50 and Bayesian optimization for oil spillage detection. So these are the outline. Because of time, I'm going to be a little bit fast. So oil spillage is a big issue, given the fact that it's not only affecting, not only because of the loss of money that it's the oil and gas sector faces because of that. It also affect the aquatic life. It also affect even the environment, the immediate environment, the ecosystem. So it's a very big issue. Then we always have our satellites there monitoring, and if we can actually make use of these data coming from satellites and be able to detect where this oil spill have happened, we can be able to track that and apply the measures that we need to, probably all the solution that is available. You can do that so that the effect on both aquatic animal and non-aquatic animal will not be that much. So the earlier you detect it, the easier the easier it will be for us to curb the effect of that. So in this research, we are actually design use transfer learning method, which we are using ResNet 50 Bayesian network We also optimize it. That's where the Bayesian optimization comes in, because we know that if you can properly select the hyperparameter of model, then you can achieve better accuracy and generalization. So, and Bayesian optimization is very efficient optimization in the sense that the way it works, unlike things like grid search and random search that create the ML model, train them, then check the performance, then adjust the hyperparameter, train them again. So, and running that training and destroying ML model is computationally expensive. So, the solution to that is to use an approach like Bayesian optimization, which will use a surrogate function, not exactly the function, but it's less expensive function, but it can track what the ML will do. Then we also use acquisition function. What acquisition function does is that it gives us the subset of the search space that have promising value. So the more we search, the acquisition function tell us, okay, this is the area that we can search because we'll get better things there. In this case, better values for our hyperparameter that we can use for our training. So the data set that we make use of is these X1 XAR data sets, which comprises of 3,166 oil spill sample, then non-oil spill sample 2,300 non-oil spill sample. So we want to use that for our training. So the way it works is the top layer of the resonance 50, we cut it off, then put in our dense net and dropout layer, then with a sigmoid output layer. So we freeze the weight of the ResNet since it has already been trained in ImageNet. So we take advantage of the fact that it has been trained in wider data sets. So just train the new two hidden layer that we added on our output layer. So okay, I've explained how the Bayesian optimization works. So the surrogate function that we use in this case is Gaussian process, then the acquisition functions. Then if you check down here, you will see some of the things that we optimize. We have the option, are we using Adams or SGD optimizer? What step, the running rate, what is the value? What are we using 0.001? Are we using 0.00? Then regularization too. Which one are we using? So these are the things that we need. We need the optimization to help us with. So after we run the optimization, Bayesian optimization, by default, sorry. So by default, these are the value that came with PyTorch. So by default, we use Adams optimizer, and learning rate is this. Then weight decay is this. Dropout rate is this. But after we run our Bayesian optimizer, we find out that the best option to go with is SDG. Then this is the value for the running rate as against 0.01. So these are the value we get. So this value now, we can now use it in training our model, since they give us the promise better performance. So this is our training and loss curve, which they track each other, showing that there is no overfitting in the process. So this is what we have in our results. At the end of the day, we got F1 score for non non-spill, that's non-spill is 0.89, that's 89%, and so on and so forth. So overall accuracy 85.36. So in future work, we also recommend that we do data balancing, since we have non-spill somehow greater than bigger, relatively bigger than the other one. So if you can do smooth to balance up the data sets. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. That was an amazing presentation. Thank you. And it's good to have all these talks here. And I feel we've learned something. If you've not learned one or two things, please, we can also watch back on the YouTube link as we are live on the YouTube as we are presenting. The presentation is also being broadcasted on YouTube. So if you missed any of the session and you want to watch back, please always refer back to the YouTube link. And if you have any question, please drop it on the chat so each of the speakers can always respond to you and give you their feedback. Thank you so much. Please check the chat of the call and respond to any message that is being asked. Thank you. Women in AI Nigeria, this is your session and we'll be handing over to you. Mr. Manuel, please can you stop sharing your screen? Thank you. So over to you. So this is a combined session. The men can also learn from us and we can also learn from them. So it's an open session. So if you want to stay and listen to us, yes, it's a free room for everyone. Thank you. Ms. Ayodele, are you on the call? Okay, all right then. So before the session going to kick off, we've been talking and we'll be having different presentations this morning. Please can we stand up and stretch our legs? If you have a cup of coffee in front of you, a bottle of water, please try and move around, stretch your arms and your feet while the session begins in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Are you hearing? At your post. Okay.
to me. I love you so much. I'm yearning for your touch. Come and set me free. Wherever yours I'll be. Baby, won't you come and take the pain away? Last night.
Right. So while we are waiting for the remaining AI session to ongoing to start or kick off, we had the International Women's Day that was last, and we had some beautiful designs, which we had everyone design to celebrate themselves for International Women's Day. The Global Women in AI celebrated every woman generally in the community, and we're able to have the women in Nigeria also celebrated. We had a couple of designs that were done majorly by everyone on the team. So we're going to be coming to, actually, I'm going to be sharing that so we can just have that session ongoing before we kick off this session. Thank you. So I'm going to be sharing my screen. All right, so while we are presenting the slide, let have Dr. Sekina tell us about what women in AI is all about. If you're hearing women in AI, what is it about? Just tell us about it. Dr. Sekina, over to you.
Yeah, so I thank everyone for being present from the beginning of this program up till now. Women in AI session is a very important session to IndabaX because the underrepresentation of women is a cause for worry. So deep learning Indaba and IndabaX, they love that we hold session, and both female and the women, they come together, they talk about diverse things that are also beneficiary to the male also. Then we also have the Women in AI Nigeria chapter. Women in AI is a global association and is a completely volunteer-led organization of women coming together to talk, to network, to lift each other, and to celebrate each other. So I'm sure that Tatola will also drop our WhatsApp link for you to join us. We organize workshop, mentoring session, and we also do paper writing sprints. So thank you as you join us. But this session is not something technical, but just talking about some of the things or the way we feel and where some women have problems, and some of the things that we'll be talking about, like mentoring session, We talk about our career. We talk about the postgraduate studies for women that are still wanting to get into the postgraduate school. We also talk about the women that are in the industry, their career, their family life. How do they cope with all these things? So these are some of the things that we are going to be talking about. And our panel, there are women that have seen this, they have been there, and they have achieved, and they are still achieving. So just stay tuned and enjoy all our show. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Sakinat. So women in AI, we have share our LinkedIn handle on the chat of the course. So you can always do well to join us on LinkedIn or follow us on LinkedIn. So thank you, everyone. So women in AI, majorly what we have around ourselves is we try to, as much as possible, encourage ourselves to grow, to learn something new. And we have different departments in the Women in AI. So if you're interested in anyone, you can always reach out and support us. You can always reach out and support us majorly. And as women in the room, if you have any women in the room, you know any women that want to learn, the beautiful about it is that we share opportunities, not just technical opportunities, more for scholarships, more for researches. We share most of them on this platform. So do well to join us and follow us on LinkedIn or any of our socials. You can follow us on Instagram, on LinkedIn, or on Twitter. Do well to follow us. Thank you. Sayedede, are you ready for us, please?
Yeah, everyone, good afternoon, good evening, good morning from wherever you're joining us this day. I want to say thank you for staying till now. At least since morning, we've had lots of talks, researches, uh, the edge cutting ones, and the ones that are just coming up and stuff. And then we've had lots of fun. We've learned, and it's been it's been a learning session for us all through since morning. And then now it's time for the women to take charge. When the woman is in the house, you understand now, the house becomes very conducive. Everybody's looking forward to mommy. Let mommy come, and then the house is so relaxing. Everyone gets what they need at that time. The children, they're waiting for mommy. Daddy's waiting for mommy. Everybody is waiting for mommy. Now mommy is here. So I want to say good afternoon as a woman in AI once again to the house. I want to believe everyone is hearing me. I want to believe I'm audible and I'm not talking to myself. Can anyone just give me like a reaction or maybe unmute to tell me that
Yes,
I
we can
am?
hear you.
Thank you
Yes, we
very
can
much.
hear you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that feedback also. So we will be starting soon, and I'll be calling on my co-presenters. I'll call them co-presenters. Actually, they are the panelists. They are women filled with a lot of experiences, and they will be sharing some of their experiences with us, not just as women, but as pillar of the society. There's a saying that says, you build a woman, you build a community, you build a nation, you build a society. That is just it. So these are women that are building the community, that are shaping the world, and then they will share with us from the wealth of their knowledge this afternoon. But before we do that, we'd like to still crave your indulgence to give us some 5 minutes to tidy up and then come on stage powerfully. Thank you very much for staying with us, and we appreciate your time. Thank you.
whenever you doubt it, I'll be letting you know. Oh, girl, I want to be dancing with you forever. You see through the storm and take me as I am. Baby, it's magic anytime that we're together. I make I just love you and hold you for my hand. Hold you for my hand. Hold you for my hand. Hold you for my hand.
Over and over again, yeah, my love is burning, babe. Feels like time is frozen and night is for us. We're alone again, every moment's golden, yeah. Feelings I've been holding in, it must be love.
Whenever I'm broken, you make me feel whole. Whenever I'm lonely, you're there for my soul. Wherever you are, girl, that's where I call my own. Whenever you doubt it, I'll be letting you know. Oh, girl, I want to be dancing with you forever. You sit through the storm and take me as I am. Baby, it's magic anytime that we're together. I make her just love you and hold you for my hand. 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 I wanna be in your light until the night is over. I wanna hold you so tight, coming closer. I wanna be in your light until the night is over. Until the night is over. Until the night is over.
Sabi girl no dey too like talk. Animals dey in human form. Body man nobody like work, but you must hustle if you want job. You no finish they won't fight us. If them they run them no fit catch up. I know they form say I too righteous. No con they form say you too like us. You no get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Got my mind on my money. Make you dance like broccoli. Steady green like broccoli. Steady on my grind.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You want to check if my daddy no wrong. But it rush well, it be much. Now gotta make my daddy the rush. The kind money we touch, yeah.
Media team, thank you very much. Thank you very much for staying tuned, and thank you very much for keeping the house vibing. Media team, thanks a lot. All right, so without further delay, let's start our show as women in here in Nigeria. We are here again in IndabaX 2026. And then, like has been said, we're going to have our panel session. And this panel session promises to be very, very insightful, promises to be educative, entertaining, inspiring, and you can just name it. It's just a very packaged, it's package food, and then I promise you that you will have a very fulfilling experience staying true with us. So I would like to share my screen at this time. Okay. Please, can you confirm seeing my screen? I can't see the screen though. So I would have to rely on somebody telling me, yeah, my screen is up.
Yes, your screen is on.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, we can see your
Thank you very much
screen.
for that. Thank you for that feedback. So I'll just go launching into introducing our panelists. And then we are so blessed this afternoon to be having with us Professor Alo Oluwaseun Olubisi. Professor Aloluwaseun Olubisi is a professor of information systems at Ladoke Akintola University of Technology, Ogbomoso. She's a lecturer in the Department of Information Systems, and she's vastly experienced. She's a mentor. She's an innovator. She works in the field of AI. Talk about it. AI in respect to health systems, AI with respect to information and communication. She's loaded. And then she's a professor, like I said, and she has a different membership where she belongs. She belongs to the Nigerian Community Society, the Computer Professional Council of Nigeria. Obviously she's a woman in AI. She belongs to the Women in AI team and the Women in AI body. She's actually passionate about teaching. She's a mentor, like I said. She's an innovator. She tries to bridge the gap between academia and the industry. So and as a panelist, she tries to draw insight, using her experiences to, give or model, give people the right model to follow. And then, for most of us that want to become a prof like her, she will give us the right model to follow. So please join me as I welcome Professor Alo Oluwaseun Olubisi to the panel session today. Prof, you're welcome. Before I have them turn on their cameras, if they are turning them up for now, I don't know. But let me quickly also introduce to us another very amiable, I know, yes, and she is very loaded, very intelligent woman, Dr. Yanu Balumi Adegu. Dr. Yanu Balumi Adegu is a lecturer. Oh, sorry for that. That was a typo in the spelling. Sorry, the name. It's Adegu. It's not Adegu. It's not Adeguni. So, she's a lecturer at the Department of Computer Science at FUTA. She has a PhD in computer science with a research focus on forecasting Lassa fever outbreak using ensemble deep learning strategies. And then she's a grant recipient of Mawazo Fellowship. Also, so we're actually very fortunate to have somebody like this, because obviously she'll be telling us or giving us, teaching us how she come about having this grant. And so I believe we are actually very lucky having this set of people on our panel today. Research interest lies across artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, and then she applies all these on computational epistemology, and then public health. And also, she had actually published several articles, including articles on predicting Lassa fever and stuff. She is also a member of very broad community, the Black in AI, the Women in Machine Learning, the Lyrics community, the Indaba community, the Women in AI community. She's just everywhere and she's doing exploits. She's a wonderful woman. She also has teaching. So obviously, as a teacher, we know that she's going to give us lots of goodies this afternoon, because she will give it to us like a baby, like step-by-step method of getting things done, as a teacher. So thank you. Let's welcome with me Dr. Iyanolu Akwelumi Adegu. So moving to the next presenter. This presenter is just a very, very, how would I put it now? She's very concise, that is that word. And she just goes straight to details. Like she's a top-notch researcher. So she is Dr. Rachel Akibo. She's also from she's from the Federal University of Technology, Akure. She's an HLF fellow, an HLF alumni. She also belongs to different women in AI communities, different AI communities, sorry, not just women in AI. She also belongs to different AI communities, and like I said, she's very vast. She's a teacher also. Oh, yeah. We are so blessed. We have a lot of teachers this afternoon. And then she would also be sharing with us from her wealth of experience. So welcome with me, Dr. Rachel Akinde. Our hook or our net now actually caught a big fish in person of Dr. I call her Dr. Wesley Oluwaseun. This woman is just she's just what would I put now? She is an inspirational. She's an inspirator. Let me know if there's anything like that. She's the inspiration that is behind this inspiration that makes people to be to be people that makes people to be inspirational. I don't know if you get that gist at any point. But this is what I'm trying to say. This woman, she's loaded. She's currently a lecturer at the Ledima University here in Nigeria, but presently she is on a postdoctoral research program at a university in South Africa. She just bagged her second PhD in, can I pronounce this? Kaunas University of Technology, Lithuania, wasn't it last week? Yeah. This woman, she is the top second scientist globally. She has always been ranked the top second percent of scientists globally from 2023 to 2025. I don't know, perhaps you were at the presentation room this morning. You can see she presented and you can see her dishing it out very hot and stuff. She's an HLF fellow. She has gotten different grants at different levels to, travel grants, conference grants, travel grants. She has gotten grants to come up with different projects and stuff. So this afternoon, she's actually she's a very good asset to us. So we are very glad having her. And like you can see on the screen, she belongs to several associations, and just let's just have it. Let's keep the rest for her to just dish out when she comes on stage. So thank you. Welcome with me, Dr. Roslyn Oluwaseun Ogundoku. I also have with me a very wonderful woman, a doctor in the house, an environmental geoscientist, an expert in hydrogeology, geochemistry, geophysics, environment, occupational health and society. She is no other person than Dr. Mrs. Oluwakemi Olukayode. You can see we are so blessed having wonderful people. You can just hear hydro. This woman, she's so loaded. I can't imagine somebody from geography, and she transitioned, or let's say she's now applying AI into her field, and she's doing absolutely well. You can see her presentation. You can see from her presentation, you can see she's actually a loaded woman. Her research interest includes groundwater governance, contamination assessment, hydro. And she's a mother. She has also gotten lots of academic recognition, and this afternoon she'll be sharing with us from her wealth of experience. So with due honor, I would like to welcome you, Dr. Mrs. Oluwakemi Olukayode, to the podium. Also, we have with us this afternoon Dr. Esther Odunton. Dr. Esther Odunton is a researcher. She's an academia in computer science. This woman, she's very, very brave. When you talk of women that would say, this is my target and I want to get it, I doff my hat for her. She's one of such women. She would never relent until she gets her goal. She has a PhD in computer science, an MSc computer science, a BSc computer science, and after owning a PhD in computer science, she still went ahead for a master's degree in machine intelligence at the National Institute, the African Institute of Mathematical Sciences in Rwanda. She went there as a scholar, so she's a scholar. She has lots of experiences. She has experiences in organizing, experiences in teaching, experiences in coming up with researches, experiences in mentoring. So this afternoon, we are so glad to have with us Dr. Uh, Mrs. Esther Odutson to grace our seats this afternoon. So we want to say, everybody, you're welcome. Please sit down, relax, enjoy as we ask this our wonderful super duper women to come up stage, um, putting up their videos and let us see their wonderful faces as we start the show proper. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please give them emojis. They are wonderful women. So they're wonderful women. You are welcome, Mas. You are welcome, Mas.
Thank you, ma.
All right.
Thank you, ma.
Thank you very much for granting or coming to our rescue and at this moment. So I would like to just briefly I've introduced you, but possibly maybe there are some things I missed and then you just want to chip it in. I don't know. You might just like have the floor, just unmute, and then let's hear you talk before we begin to give you what we have for you to give us the content you are loaded with. Thank you very much. So, Prof.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, ma.
I'm so happy to be here this afternoon, although it's evening over here. I'm so happy. Thank you for having me. Thank you so much.
All right, ma. Thank you for that. Dr. Yano, sorry. Okay, Dr. Yano, please, can you have the floor?
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon,
Good
everyone. I'm also glad to be here, and I also look forward to hearing from all the amazing women that have been introduced. I look forward to also enjoying the session. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am. Doctor, can we have you?
Good afternoon, ma. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for having me here once again. I want to appreciate for the opportunity for me to be called as one of the panelists here. Thank you once again.
All right. Yeah. So, Dr. Odunton, would you like to unmute and let's hear you, ma'am?
Good afternoon.
Dr. Odunton, ma'am, are you there? All right.
Good
We can't
afternoon,
hear you, ma'am.
everyone. It's my pleasure to be on this panelist, and I pray that this afternoon we have time learning and hearing from each other. And I know that by the end of this session, we all will be a changed person. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
You're welcome, ma'am. Yes. So, Dr. Akimbo.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm truly honored to be part of this panelist this afternoon. Thank you for having me. I look forward to learn from other people's contribution and also give my own insight as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, no problem. All right. So, yeah, Dr. Olukayode, ma'am, let's have you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
All right.
Good
You're
afternoon,
welcome.
everyone. Yeah, I'm happy to be here. And I know we're going to learn a lot today. We are going to unlearn, learn, and keep learning. So I know every one of us will have one or two things to take home today. So I'm happy to be here. Thank you, Maz.
All right. Thank you very much, ma'ams. You're welcome once again. Thank you. So let's just launch straight into our our questions for the day. Um, so I would like to start. The question is going to be like, it's going to build up, till we get to the end of it, which is actually the old. But let's start as a student. As a student who is starting the career as an early career professional, entering into AI. Um, as a woman or as a mother, what technical or non-technical skills do you believe is most critical for such students to be relevant in this space, in the long duration, as in the long term relevance that anybody would need in a career? So, as a student, what non-technical skills or technical skills do you think a student could have? Thank you. Let me start with Dr. Akimbo. Oh, yes, before we start that, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I think I'm very fond of that. Pardon me. My name is Mrs. Aokoya. Um, I'm a researcher. I'm a lecturer at the University of Marketing University precisely, and I'm fortunate to have all those women surrounding me and everybody on this call. So I'm just up. So, yeah, I think with that we can launch into
Not all.
the.
You are also a PhD scholar. Uh-huh.
All right, okay, fine. Actually, they know much about me. Everybody knows me, so it's all right. So, but actually, I'm just Mrs. Alcohol for short. So thank you very much. I'll be anchoring this program. So Mrs. Akimbo, Dr. Akimbo, sorry for that. Please,
No,
can you?
don't worry. I am
Yes.
first a Mrs. before becoming a doctor. Thank you.
Awesome, no problem. Thank you, ma'am.
Um, for a long time relevance in the artificial intelligence field, I want to believe that the skills that are relevant, we need the blend of that, the technicals and the non-technical skills. And when I say technical skills, is that these are skills that are relevant to the work. Let's talk about machine learning, the artificial intelligence. We have different aspects of artificial intelligence. You have the machine learning, you have the expert system, but majorly what is happening in our world now is the world of machine learning, AI, natural language processing, and et cetera, et cetera. So you need all these skills. And the first one I'll be talking about is the programming skills. The programming skills, whether you're a student or early career researcher, you need the programming skill. At least we have different kind of programming languages that are related to every of these skills. We have the Python, we have the Java, we have different aspects of, let's say, okay, we have R programming languages, and so on and so forth. And secondly, like I do tell my students, you also need to have the knowledge of data collections. How do we collect data? What type of data? Is it primary? Is it secondary? Qualitative? Is it what you go? Is it numerical? Is it image data set? You should be able to know how to collect this data, annotate them, and also general creation of the data. And mostly, again, I talk about the non-technical skills. For a lighter note, there was this day I was telling my students, you have to think critically, to be able to do all this. You have to have diverse mind, think outside the box, be innovative, have critical thinking. So these are all the soft skills also necessary to be able to function, whether as a student or early career researchers in artificial intelligence field. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you for that straight to the point answer. Yes, thank you. I wouldn't know. Perhaps somebody else on the call might want to. If you can just feel free. I don't want to start calling names. If you think you want to share an insight into the question, please, you can just raising hand, if it were to be a physical meeting, I can always use my eyes to communicate but now we are limited. So please, you can raise your hand and have the floor. But before that, let me just call on Dr. Mrs. Ulukayode. Ma, is there anything you would like to share with us as regards that question?
Okay, good afternoon once again. What I want to add to what Dr. have just said is that we must keep engaging in what I call skill stacking as students. You must keep working on yourself on daily basis. There are so many softwares coming up. So you must not be outdated. You must keep, improving on what you think you have known before. Then at this point, you should be able to, put data together to solve real-time problems. What's going on in the world now? We are not looking after for the theory again. We are looking for practical solutions to issues that are affecting people, that are affecting lives, that are affecting environment, that are affecting our health, that are affecting our sustainability. For example, in my own field, we all know that climate change is actually real. It's existing. We can't shy away from it. Now, as students or early career, you must be able to look for tools that can actually help you to leverage and bring more solutions to this discovered problem. And that is why I'm so passionate about this machine learning, because I've been using it and it has been working for me. So as early career, I will advise that they should put their mind on learning and keep learning. That is relearning. You learn on the seek after information. Information is key. Knowledge is key to solve problems and to encourage environmental sustainability. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for that. It says learn, keep learning, learn, unlearn, and relearn. So it's a continuous process. So keep learning. You don't stop. So, Dr. Odunto, please, you can in just few
Thank you
minutes.
so much. I just want to add to what my earlier two speakers have said. Now, look at the education setting these days, especially with this young generation that we have. Most of them are afraid of coding. And I want to tell you that programming language, as essential as it is in machine learning and in research, I want to also let us know that you now have a co-pilot that can assist you. So you shouldn't allow the coding, the programming stuff involved in our field to drive you away. So I'm saying this for those that are not so good in programming, that now, even with your little knowledge that you have in programming, you can now begin to put it into a AI-assisted programming tool that will help you, both in the data collection, in the data creation, in annotating, in coding, in developing your models, and all those stuff, so that by so doing, you'll be learning alongside. By the time you use this Copilot and other programming tools that are now available using AI, it will help you to build your confidence, and that will help you to launch into the research world. So I wouldn't want any one of you to be scared away or think that, oh, it's programming that I need. Let me go away from this. Not for me. It is for you. And actually, you can make it. So that is just what I want to chip in. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that lovely angle to it. Yes, so you're trying to tell us that we have tools right now. We have tools that can actually be used to enhance our productivity as students, as an early career in this AI field. Don't get entangled into the fact that, oh, I want to learn coding, so because I'm not learning it, I cannot reject. I can't move on. So there are tools that you can actually leverage and then get the things done. Thank you very much for that. And that will actually bring me to the next question I'm having here.
Sorry,
And the
before you
question,
continue,
okay, thank you.
another point I want to add to what Doctor said is Even if you don't know the coding aspect, you can collaborate with people that are good in coding. There are people that are good in programming, and you try to balance yourself. When someone is coding, you can do the right stuff and all that. So it's also assist in moving together, teamwork, collaboration, networking. It's also assist. Thank you.
Okay, Ma, before you leave the stage, I love the fact that you said, yes, we should try to collaborate with those that are good in coding. So somebody is asking in her mind or in his mind, then how do I get these people? So please, Ma, can you shed light into that? How can early career, early researchers actually get this type of people you just talked about that they can collaborate with? Thank you.
All right, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Actually, like I used to say, I always like talking with experience. When I was starting my research, you won't believe that I started writing article 2019, just 2019. And when I started, I was trying to collaborate with my people in my school. Then I was in Landmark University, so I was trying to collaborate with people in the department, but they were not coming forth. So I started by going online. I went to LinkedIn, ResearchGate. LinkedIn was not that common then. I don't know. I went to ResearchGate. I started looking for people in my area of research. So I would look for their email. They are not even Nigerians, outside the country. So I will look for their emails. I will send mail to them that in my area, this is my area. I will send my CV. Can we collaborate together and all that? So some of them responded. Some, they won't even bother to respond at all. So that was how I was able to network with some people. And then from there, we started collaborating together. We started writing one or two works together. Sometimes it may be discouraging in the sense that even while you are trying to collaborate with people that are outside the country, they are not Nigerians, they are not Africans. Sometimes they will leave the work to you, that only you have to dwell on it, doing all the work together. Along the line, as you continue that way, sometimes they try to have interest in trying to contribute one or two things as you are working together. So how I did that, and then now we have LinkedIn. You can go on LinkedIn, you make some posts from there. Because I just noticed lately, when I publish an article and I post it on LinkedIn, there is no time I post on LinkedIn that I don't have one person at least contacting me, trying to tell me that they want to collaborate with me. So that is another means, social media posting. It's also helping getting collaborators globally. Thank you.
Insights, Ma. That's okay, Ma. Yeah, Doctor of Mine, you want to have a say? Please, you can have
Also,
the.
okay, thank you, ma'am. In addition to what the doctor have just said, it is very, very important for the collaboration. Once you have the mind of collaborating with people, and as she said, visibility is very, very important. It also helps so that when people knows what the area that you are working on, you will see people that are interested in what you are doing. So that is where the collaboration starts from. But if you are hiding those things that you are doing, you are not showcasing yourself, people will not know. So collaboration and visibility is very, very important. Thank you.
Prof, before you go, I think I love the way this panel, I told you we are going to get a lot from this panel. So now, Prof, you're saying we should be visible. You said talk about visibility. So, Prof, please, can you tell us how can I, as an early career woman, trying struggling with my laptop, on my bed, on my table, how can I put myself out? How can I be visible to the community whereby I can get a collaboration? Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you very much. When we talk about the visibility, now, thank God for the social medias that we have on ground now. So the work that you are doing as a person, don't belittle yourself that what am I doing? In making yourself to be visible, at least join those social media in terms of the LinkedIn, the Twitter, the other educational media, social medias that you can showcase your work. If you are in those social medias, you will see that what you are doing, you can showcase it through those medias, and people will see those people that are interested in what you are doing. There's no way that they will not fetch for you to collaborate with you. So we should make ourselves visible by joining those social media. We have the LinkedIn, we have our Google Scholars and every other ones, where we can make all our publication be known to people in that media. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. So, Dr. Onusa, please, you can have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Alon, for that answer. I also want to add, and the moderator, thank you for moderating, and the participant, thank you also for your listening spirit. I want to add that feasibility has to do with people knowing what you are doing. As an AI person, you are expected to have a GitHub account. There are some accounts that you must have. On your GitHub, there you push all the projects you have done. You have a little note about it. You have some other things about it. Then any mail you are sending, most of all, we send our mails without putting some things underneath. We should customize our email so that beneath you have your ORCID account, your Web of Science account, your GitHub account, your LinkedIn account, so that any mail you are sending is already picking up or is already transferring all your medium of of networking. And also, you can make yourself visible by attending conferences. At conferences, take your time to socialize. Don't just be in the group of the people that you have known yourself together with. Mix with other people. Don't mind their race, just mix with them. When you are in a public place, either at the airport, anywhere you find yourself, try to make a friend. By the time you are trying to make your friend, you are socializing, you are sharing knowledge, and you are also getting more knowledge. And also, as a researcher, a young researcher just coming up, wherever there are there is this other Slack also, put your work on Slack. Make those are places you should be. GitHub, Slack, they are very important for you. There are these other communities that you can be. Like I'm in this what they call it, Stanford social whatever. I'm there. I'm not a student of Stanford, but I'm there because I'm a member of AA, but I'm an alumna of AIMS anyway. But that has helped me to do what? To have interaction with people at that level. And by so doing, you are making yourself more visible. When application is out, even if you are not going to be granted, apply. Your application, you're applying on those calls makes you also visible, because when you apply, the internet dictionary or database will have picked it that your name has appeared here, it has appeared here, it has appeared here. So by so doing, anyone you want to collaborate with in the future or you want to interact with, you go online. First you want to go and know, who is this Esther Oduto? So the moment the name is typed, it will bring out everything about you. And by so doing, you are becoming visible. And when there's anything that has to do with what you have done before, then you'll be called upon. By so doing, you are growing your network. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ma, for that. A lovely angle to it. In fact, I want to say thank you to all the panelists that actually, talked on that, on the early career research, how we can actually maneuver our space, early career students, how we can maneuver our space in the AI field. And thank you, Ma. I think out of everything Dr. Norton said, she has said many things that are very, very important. But one thing I would want us to work with that is at the tip of our finger as we are continuing with this in this conference is we socialize at conference. So tomorrow we're going to be coming together physically. Don't hide yourself. Don't stay in the corner. Come out, talk to people Fortunately, we are almost of the same race that will be meeting tomorrow. So don't get yourself boxed in the corner. Talk to them, and then, yeah, I believe with that, and also other things you have said, try to apply, make yourself visible in different ways, your GitHub account and every other thing. So I think with that,
Yeah, before you
you
go,
still want to
one,
talk? Okay, I will
one,
not go.
one,
I will not go.
one last point. Volunteering is another way of being
Exactly.
visible. It's
Oh,
another way
yes,
of being visible.
volunteering.
Many people don't like doing it because sometimes it can be tasky. They will be like, what is my gain? But when you don't think about the gain, just think that, okay, you want to volunteer, you want to impact, you want to contribute. Then from there, you are also visible to the world at globe. So volunteering is another point that you can actually stick to.
It's another way to increase your visibility. Thank you very much for that beautiful, awesome, and beautiful point again. And then I would like us to just leave that. My audience, I want to believe that indeed you can attest to it that I actually brought what Yorubas will call a janla, because these ones are just, they are just, dishing it out. Only one question and how many minutes, and you can actually see how much information you have been able to gather. So thank you. I would love to leave the early careers, and then I would love us to go into the space of getting sponsorship, getting grants, being having or becoming a member of a fellowship. I want to ask this question. Scholarship, fellowships, and research funding opportunity, they are often very difficult to access, but somehow, I will say they are difficult in the sense that, for most of us that were just starting, we don't know how to navigate it. So it's so tedious, it's so difficult, it's so cumbersome for us. But for people like you, it looks like something at your fingertip, like you just, almost everybody I spoke about. In fact, I did say it. Professor Alo is actually not in Nigeria. She's also, I think, Uganda, ma. Am I right?
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
yeah. So can you imagine? So these people, they know how to ace this grant, this scholarship, this fellowship, this research. So Ma, please, I want you to share with us the practical strategies that helped you identify and secure your opportunities, these opportunities you have in your journey, in your career journey. Can you just highlight and share with us some of um, the practical steps that you took that we can also, take? Thank you very much. As women or as men,
All
as the
right,
case may be.
thank you very much, ma'am. I will present that question. I will use myself as a practical example. But before I go into that, I want us to know one thing. Mindset matters a lot. The mindset that we develop in ourselves concerning maybe getting a grant, fellowship, and so on, it depends on our mindset and the preparedness. How prepared are we? It's not when the grants or when the application comes forth, that is when we will start applying. No, we should have been preparing ourselves ahead. Now, let me now cite myself as an example. Truly, I'm in Uganda on a technical aid corps sponsored by Nigeria government. Is a national assignment. So, I'm the person that I'm interested in maybe solving the net to find maybe the scholarship, the available funds that I can apply for. During the solving the net for that, that is when I came across the technical aid corps. In my mind, I have it in mind that it's just a fellowship just for a year. But when I started filling that form, it was year 2022 that I filled the form for that technical aid corps. But when I filled it, I didn't even read through very well to see that it is a 2 years program. But I said, maybe it's just 1 year. So within a year, it will be as a fellowship. So I applied. So in application, I filled it, all necessary things that is needed for me to do. I did it. And when we applied for maybe grants, maybe for fellowship, don't let us just forget about it that I've applied. Yes, you have done your home part, but prayerfully, you can still pray on it for God to have his way. And apart from that, is what you have on ground that you will make use of, because these grants, this fellowship, they have their timeline. It might be just for a month or 2 months. So if you don't have anything on ground, what do you want to prepare? Or what do you want to apply on? Or what do you want to present to them? So having your research work on ground, which you can present, is very, very important. So when I applied in 2022, I didn't hear anything from them. So I've forgotten that I applied. It was year 2024 that now I was now called upon that, oh, you applied for social technical aid corp. I said, yes, truly, even I've forgotten. But I made them, they say, yes, we have your details in our database. So that is why when we went through your profile and the submission you made, we see that you are one of the qualified ones that will go for it. So you can see from year 2022 down to 2024. So now is because of what? It's because of what one have presented. If one have not presented something that is tangible, very okay, one wouldn't have been called upon. But so that is why it is very, very necessary to prepare ourselves before the grant comes, before the application for grants or fellowship comes. Let's have, when we have it in our mind, maybe in a week or in a month, I must have a research topic that I'm working on, and this so, we will begin to dress it up. So at any time that the application comes up, we will see something to present and it will meet up with the time. So that is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ma, for that beautiful one. Our mindset and preparation is actually very key. Yes, Dr. Adegu, you can unmute.
Thank you very much, Prof, for the insight about that. Another thing I would like to add is the strength of joining communities. I think I'm a living witness to what communities can do in getting access to opportunities, scholarships, fellowships, internships. I'm a witness to what those communities can do. And many of you here on this call will also be a witness. So like this women in AI community, the women in machine learning, whatever community, it might even be in your local, maybe your place of work, wherever you are, please join those communities. There is little one can achieve just staying aloof, staying on your own. I remember my first, the IndabaX I attended in 2019. I would not, in my journey, in my professional journey, I will always refer to that IndabaX 2019. That was when I got to know about so many things I know now. I met Dr. Shakinat then. I know that was where I got to know Mrs. Awokoya. And from there, I got to know about conferences, about opportunities that are available for women. So let's not take these communities for granted, and because there are so many things we can get. And then also, we can also get some of this information from social media, particularly on LinkedIn. I know that on LinkedIn, sometimes you are just scrolling through the street of LinkedIn, and some things will just come just like that, randomly, and you just decide that, oh, this is something I can actually apply for. You apply for these things, and one way or the other, they just work. So I think those are the two major points. And then we should not also limit ourselves to maybe AI-related opportunities. There are some opportunities that come under the guise of, it could be health, it could be climate change, it could be agriculture. Our field is an multidisciplinary field. You can link it to almost anything. So there are some things that will just come under that guise, and we should not feel, oh, it's not AI related, it's not computing related. So we can just also just explore those opportunities. The truth is not everything will get you a positive response, but we should just keep trying. Out of maybe 10 or 20 applications you make, maybe one or two will give you a positive response. Thank you.
Oh, beautiful one. Thank you very much, Ma, for that. So we shouldn't box ourselves in an unexisting box, in an unexisting box. We should just explore as much as we can. Any opportunities we see, we should try to leverage it, and then we don't know which would be, and opportunities are always there everywhere. Doctor.
Yeah. I just want to add a point that I've not been spoken about, because that is what has really helped me for most of my opportunities. Like, for instance, okay, the point is having a mentor. For my second PhD that I did, that I just finished few weeks ago, I got the opportunity through my mentor. My mentor is an Indian man, and I connected with him. He was in Covenant University when I connected with him. So when I was doing my PhD then, he was just like, don't I want to travel outside? I said, no problem if I see the opportunity. And then he told me about this PhD, fully sponsored by this country, Lithuania. It was the government that was paying my school fees. Although it took me time before I could get visa to enter the country, because I was supposed to be paid a stipend every month. But when I got to the country, I was being paid for the remaining months that I had. So that I got the opportunity through a mentor. Also, I got going to HLF 2023. I met with after the program. Thank God you are one of us. My sister. At least that was where we met. So after the program, they said we should apply for mentorship program. I applied, and then I was given a mentor. She's a Tanzanian. Through that, she normally sent posts, apply for this, apply for that. That was where I was able to join this GYA. I posted it some times ago. That is Global Young Academy. And then we were told to come for induction in Germany, in India. The induction was done in India. They sponsored us. Like at the end of the day, they gave us 90% sponsorship. And then another thing we should note is that as we are trying to grow in this our career, we have to sacrifice one way or the other financially. So as you are building the career, it's better you have a purse that you'll be keeping your research money, so that if you have opportunities like this, sometimes you don't get 100% funding. But when you have that, maybe 70%, 90%, then you balance it, is also part of it. So I went to India, I became a member. This year we are going to Germany, and also I've applied for funding. They have given me part of the funding. And so like that, what I'm saying in a sense is just have a mentor. Having a mentor is a very good opportunity, because they know more than us, they have more connection than us, and then with that, they are able to send posts and other. And then also, when we receive all these posts, we should learn to share to others as well. We should not keep it to ourselves. Like just this morning, one of my mentees messaged me. We all applied together. I applied for the program to a summer school. They selected her, they didn't select me. I was happy for her, at least. And she was feeling bad. I was like, it's not every opportunity that we get to get. Sometimes we get some, sometimes we don't get some. So we should just be grateful for whichever one we get, and then we should keep pushing. Thank you.
Very much, Ma. You see, I can't just keep my claps to myself. I just needed to, cheer it up for you, because you have actually said something that is very, very important. One thing I noticed, in the space of AI at the initial stage when I joined the space, was lots of people hoard information. Like, I know of only one person at the beginning of my AI career who would even we always share information, even if it
Dr.
is
Shekina.
relevant. Dr. Shekina, as in
Dr. Shekina.
she will always share it, even if she is applying, if she is not, even if she had tried several times and they have not picked her, she will still share for you to engage. And in fact, with her help, I had gotten a lot of opportunities, and so this is very, very important as women. let's keep this to ourselves as we are growing, as we begin to have opportunities. By the time we start leveraging on everything we've learned today, by the time we start putting it in practice, obviously we'll get lots of opportunities. Don't keep them to yourself. The thing is that this sky is very broad for every one of us to fly. In fact, nobody can take your space there. So please share opportunities with everyone, and then I think with that we can all grow. That's the beauty of growth. When everybody's growing together, it makes things very easier. So do I still have Dr. Akimbo on the call? All right, no
Yes,
problems.
please.
Okay.
Thank you very much, everyone. I would like to put this acronym on the chat, BBMIR. I've rounded everything off to this BBMR, just to add my voice to the discussion. Number one is build yourself, build portfolios, build what is related to the community, the challenges we are facing. Then build relationship. The second B, build relationship. Have mentorship. That's the third one. Then do projects that can impact impact the environment beyond the academia. Then the last one is you need strong recommendations as well. And if you have not done anything that is visible enough for people to be able to give you good recommendation, how is that going to be possible in the first place? So I just added this acronym to summarize everything. Build yourself, build relationship, have mentor that can mentor you, do projects that can impact the environment, then have strong recommendations. Thank you very much.
Oh my God. Oh my God. You can also allude to the fact that these ones are just too much. They are points. How can somebody just in how many seconds just come up with something that innovative? Ma. What do you call it, Ma? What's the pronunciation?
I thought she wanted to say BBL.
BBIR.
BBMRI. BBMR. BBMR. Alizi can
Let me
remember
add something to
that.
that. Let
So
me
you
add
build
something to that.
yourself, you build your relationship, you have mentors, do projects that are
Sorry, can I add
impactful, that
something
are
to that?
innovative.
Let me add something to that.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes. Free to have.
Yeah. What I
Madam
want to add to that
Ayodele.
is P. Okay, sorry. I want to add P to that, and that is persistency, because sometimes it can be frustrating. You can apply, nobody is checking your application. It looks as if they are not seeing you. But by the time you are persistent in doing it, then it becomes part of it. Persistency. That's what I want to add to the acronym. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So persistency, that's but before you go, please come back. So you want us to be persistent now. How then do we manage our mental health? Because now I'm being persistent, I'm doing this thing, pushing and pushing. There's no positive response. Then what should I do? Should I just keep being persistent, or then I should look for somebody to talk with? Or how? Because with time, women, when you keep doing one thing and there's no way forward, somehow it tells on us. We are like web. The way we act and everything around us influences us. You understand? Or impacts as a way rubbing off on us. So, if we keep being persistent and we still do not get results in the nearest
Thank
time,
you.
so time. Okay.
Thank you, my moderator. We can be persistent by changing our method. When you are persistent and you have done it severally, it simply means you have not gotten the right approach. You can hear what my colleagues have said on the call, that you should attend conferences, look for societal problems that you can solve, be ready, have the mindset to impact, join in volunteering. By the time you use all these are various approaches by which you can get better and get selected one of these days. So by the time you are persistent, you are not giving up, you keep applying, you keep volunteering, you keep contributing, you keep networking, you keep attending conferences, you keep getting ready, you keep impacting. Definitely, in few days, or let me put it that way,
you will be called upon, your application will be considered, and before you know it, you will get what you are looking for. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that response. Okay, so I would like to take us again to another part of the question. I'd like to ask, okay, so now as AI, we are in the field of AI as a student, and so we want to come up with, Dr. Akimbo talked about coming up with ideas or work that would actually impact the society. So, things that are impactful, or say things that are innovative in nature that can actually make us stand out. So, and then as a woman or as a young career, or a woman or a young early career person, I'm just thinking in my mind. So, how exactly what can give me that intuition of coming up? Perhaps I'm just even reading these research papers. I get overwhelmed. I don't really understand the technical jargons they are saying in it. But I want to come up with something impactful, something innovative. Then how can I actually do this with my little knowledge and my little skill? I don't know if my question is so clear. Does anybody understand what I've asked?
Yeah, we
right?
do.
So please, yes, anyone can just unmute to answer that
Okay.
question. Yeah.
Let me give a small response to that. So I guess number one is a matter of searching yourself, your passion. It goes a long way. When you have passion for something, that passion keeps pushing you. Now, when I started my research, I didn't want to be abstract. I was like, we are just writing paper, just writing paper. When are we going to actually deploy all these systems that we are writing? Now, as I was trying to do that, I went online again, trying to look for collaborators in the industry. I kept trying, that is outside the country, but I was not getting. Then I came back to Nigeria. That is our African space. I tried to start looking for again. I was not getting. Then I resolved to, okay, I believe that one day I will get someone in industry, maybe like, because most of my work is on AI for health, I can get that real life data set in our locality. Maybe that can, it's going to be a very strong impact in society. Now, when I was doing my PhD, my PhD is in the area of trying to check posture of human being. So as I was doing it, I was like, okay, let me try and collect real life data sets. I tried with my students in my school then. Unfortunately for me, when I got the data sets, I classified it, I did everything manually, and I cleaned the data set and all. By the time I implemented the data set, it was giving me a very poor result. And then I was like, is this not the data set that we see online? Now my own is even more classified and more clear and everything. Later, I discovered that the camera I used is not the camera that they used to get those kind of data sets. That means I need funding to get better camera. Then I went, okay, how can I get funding? Then we have to go to writing grants. So I didn't give up, and I'm still on it. Just of recent, I got because I just joined association of MICA, and I got the opportunity through someone that I met in Denmark last year when we went for that Women in Machine Learning conference. So she sent the advert to me. I connected with her because that's why going for conferences is very important. You try to connect people, and then you tell them, I beg go, when it's the opportunity, please be sending, I'm interested and all that. So she sent that, and I applied, and then I joined society, and then they gave us, I applied for mentorship to mentor some early career personnel. So I got one of them, and luckily for me, I think the one of them that I got is even a solution to my prayer. Now the guy is working he's a radiologist, and he was complaining bitterly that he has data sets, he doesn't know how to use them, MRI data sets. And that is my area, imaging. He said he has MRI data set, it's as if he's sitting on data set, he wants to use it, and it's African data set. I was like, oh, that is what I've been looking for. And then So if to say when I was trying to look for that data set and trying to make my work a real life research, and I was not getting it and I got discouraged and I said, okay, it's as if there's no hope there and I just gave up, I won't have been able to connect the person that I connected now that we are trying to collaborate together. So that leads back to that persistency. Thank you.
Right, man. Prof, please.
Also, thank you very much. Concerning what you said, like maybe reading the articles, papers, and looking abstract, you know, no matter how abstract the papers or the journal might look like, there's some aspects there which is like a further research or recommendation that will be of interest that one can go through and enlighten ones to know the area where one can venture into in doing the research. And another thing is that in this world that we are in, there are so many problems that we can see the one that will entice us, that we can, yes, as a AI expert, that we can just look at it, that we can apply AI to solving that problem. So there's so many problems around us. So it's not that it's only when we go through the papers, the journals, that is when we will see what to work on around us, so that our work will not be abstract. It will be a real problem that we are solving. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma. So because of our time, I would just want to move to another question. Thank you very much for those beautiful contributions. Yes, I won't believe my audience are getting one of those things and they are, nodding their heads and saying thank you in their minds. So thank you. I want to take another question. And this question, I believe it's almost like a female question. Why do I say so? Most men, I've spoken with lots of men, and I'm like, have you ever had this imposter syndrome? And they'll be like, what exactly is it? How does it feel like? uh, Excuse me, if there's something you have or you see, even if you don't have the possibility or you don't have the skill or you don't have the potential, you don't have the knowledge of getting it, just go for it. The worst that will happen is they won't reach you or they will reject you. But this is not the same for most women. There's some are women will see something with like, this thing. By the time we analyze it, like, I don't think this is meant for me. I don't have the skill. We begin to list all those things that we don't have. So how exactly as women in this career, how do handle imposter syndrome when you apply for this, high competing funding, all this, especially even when you have them again and you go out, you meet these people, how do you guide against or how do you overcome imposter syndrome? I would like to just hear your opinions about that. Thank you.
Hello, ma. Yes, ma. To that question, earlier I said something about our mindsets as a women. Please, let's develop our mindset towards everything to be positive. If you have a positive mindset concerning some things, anything that we want to do, definitely with prayer, it will come to pass. Yes, but our mindset, before we apply or before we go for that thing, no, don't let us. Yes, let's go for it with the mindset that yes, I will get what I want. That is very, very important. And another thing, the mentorship is very, very important. We should have someone that we can, academic mentor that we can relate with, that he can put us through in some things. That yes, I'm applying for. Don't let us hide our feelings for our mentors. Let us tell them this, and this is what I want to do. Oh, with their encouragement, that will be a kind of strong support for us to go ahead with it. So it is very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma. Yes, Dr. Mrs. Olukayode, ma.
And once again, Now, I deeply appreciate what all my co-panelists have been saying, and it's so insightful. Now, I just want to chip in something that you must have objective. If you don't have objective as a early career, you will just be dribbling yourself here and there. What do you really want? If you know what you want, then you will know the right company to keep. You will know the right way to go. You will know the right people to work with. The company you keep will surely determine what will accomplish you. And you can only do this by discovering, firstly, your objective. What do you want? Like, for example, now, I discovered that many people are poor, not because they don't have job or they don't have parents that can actually help them. But poor, in my own acronyms, is like POOR, means passing over opportunity repeatedly. Passing over opportunity repeatedly. If you don't look for opportunity to showcase what is inside of you, if you don't, because nobody can come into the corner of your house and say, okay, come and take this opportunity. Like all Madam Roslyn have been saying, Professor Allah have been saying, nobody can come into the corner of your room and drag you out. You must believe in yourself. You must have objective. What are my goals? What do I really want to achieve in life? If you can determine this, then believe in yourself. Even if you have been trying and it's like you are not really getting it, don't look down yourself. Don't quit until you get to that place where God has destined for you. So believe in yourself. Number one, seek for opportunity to bring out what is inside you. Number three, what are your objectives? Be objective in whatever you are doing. Then number four is that prepare, always prepare. Like many of us say, there is a grant here, but are you prepared? Do you have enough skill to actually fit in for that project? Do you really have what it takes to, even if that opportunity comes, are you really equipped to really come out successfully from it? Because if the opportunity comes and you are not well equipped, you are not, you don't have things that can actually make you to manifest or to do what is supposed to do, that opportunity will not come again. And once opportunity is lost, you can't gain it back. So as early career, especially the women, believe in yourself. Work against intimidation. Work against you looking down on yourself. Come out of your shell. Come to the public. Let them see you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I can see somebody in the chat giving us a poor acronym, pass over opportunity.
Passing over opportunity repeatedly.
Repeatedly. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Yomde, for noting that for us. Thank you. Yeah, passing over opportunities repeatedly. Thanks a lot. All right. Because of our time, I just want to ask this last question. And I want us to be very, very practical in in answering the question. Yeah. So the question is, yeah, we've been talking about prepare yourself, meet mentors, all these things. Actually, we know they won't just come like that. You need to also put in your hard work. I want to believe so. So now, as a mother, as a mother, I am an early career woman, or even I've advanced to some certain stage, and now I have this ambition. Now you've already spiked my curiosity or my ambition again. I'm burning. I want to go out there and then do things and get opportunities. But I have my relationship, I have my family, I have all this, and everything is just there before me, and somehow I cannot just move beyond my zone, my limitation. So I want to ask, what principles or systems have you actually applied that helped you maintain all this your focus? Why not, and ensuring that you don't burn out and you still have your family intact, your psyche, your mental health, and everything. So how exactly have you managed this as a woman? So yeah, Dr. Onuton, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you once again for this opportunity. I want to say that you can actually get that done by firstly carrying your partner along. You must ensure that your husband is supporting what you are doing, letting your children know what you are doing and what they stand to gain.
Oh, I think I lost Dr. Odunton there. All right. Professor Alo,
They will
please,
give
you
you
can.
maximum.
Okay, is it
Huh?
my?
They will
Okay,
give you.
He's back.
okay, she's
They
back.
will give you maximum support. By the time you allow them, so by the time you let them know what you are doing, they will give you adequate support that you need. Let them know that there's a mutual benefit in this. You attending this conferencing, you networking in this manner or doing this or that, there are a lot of things that they can actually gain from it. By the time you do this, number one, you have secured home support. Another thing that you can also do to maintain that is, there's a saying that give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar. You know what your husband needs. You know what your children need. As much as possible as a woman, give them what they need. Once you give what they need, then they will allow you to do whatever you want to do. I could remember our friend, Dr. Folorunsho, the last time we slept together in one room at Tunisia. I took my time to have a close look at her. Early in the morning, 4 a.m., after praying, she's on her laptop. And the days that we spent together, I always look at her. 4 a.m., she's on her laptop. That means there's a devoted time. Have a devoted time. If yours is late in the night, if yours is early in the morning, if yours is in the midnight, when there's no balance, your time that you spend doing personal things. And by so doing, you will see that the front to be going, there'll be support from home, and at the same time, you'll be growing in your research and also determined. Be focused. Don't allow distraction as much as possible. Know what you
All
want
right, thank you.
and know how
Thank
to
you
get
very
it.
much,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Duto. Thank you very much. I know you have lots to share with us, but because of our time, please, I'm so
All
sorry.
right.
I'm so sorry to cut in there. Please, let's just have other
Okay.
people. Thank you very much, Dr. Duto. So yeah, please, I just want us
In,
to like one
in
minute each.
addition,
Yes.
in addition to what Dr. Dunto have said, another thing that I want us to know is that, like a saying that I do normally use, send your money on errand. There's, as a woman, we have many tasks to be involved in. When we say send your money on errand, it seems that there's some things that you need to get for yourself. Like now, you don't need to be washing. You can get a washing machine to do that for you. There's so many things that another person can do for you. It doesn't mean that you should be the one to be doing everything in-house. And another thing, the supportive of the husband and the children are very, very important. I'll cite an example like mine. When I wanted to travel, I have to sit my children down and my husband as well to ask, should I go ahead? If you say I should go ahead, fine. If you say I should stay back, no problem. And every one of them said, you can go. With their support. That is why. And I know with the time difference that we have here, I'm still discharging my duty, because by 5 o'clock, by 7 o'clock here, it will be 5. Then I will have to wake them up. Have you woken up? Oh yeah, what are you doing? What are you preparing for breakfast? Something like that. So our work, we shouldn't relent with it. And also, let's use our money to do some things for us. It's not compulsory that we should be the one to do all the things. So let's send our money on errand to do
Thank you very
some
much,
work
Ma.
for us.
Thank you
Hello,
very
ma.
much, Ma. Thank you, Mama. Yeah,
Hello,
you can have
ma.
the floor. You would have the floor.
Hello, ma. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. You have the floor.
Okay. Yeah, what I want to add to what my wonderful women have said is that to fly as a woman, you must be humble. Humility is very, very germane. You know, especially you have to understand the nature of the husband you have. For example, temperament plays a lot. It plays a lot in the peace one will have at home. If you have a husband that is easily intimidated, you know, and you maybe you are a professor, he's still a minister, and you are saying today I'm going to Germany, tomorrow I'm going for conference, tomorrow I'm going for that. If care is not taken, he will bottle up all those things in his mind. And before you know it, some friends will start putting some things in his brain. Don't you see that this lady is outshining you, this woman is outshining you? But if the man knows that despite all your degrees, all your PhD in this, PhD in that, MSc in this, MSc in that, everything, you still pull them at his under his feet. You still put them that my honey, oh, you are still the head of this home. You are still the sugar in my tea. In fact, you are the hey in my language. You understand that kind of a thing. You rub his head. You make him feel he's the king of kings in your heart. You humble yourself. You bring yourself to his level. Are you getting me? It will give you space to fly you. That's the truth. But if you are holding the thing to yourself, don't you know I'm the owner of this clinic, I'm the one that is financing the home. I have more money, I have more connection. Hey, my sister, I pray you will not go back to your father's house. So thank you so much.
Amen.
So
Thank
we
you
should be
very much for
humble.
that. We will not go back to our father's house. So, okay. So, yeah, Dr. Adegu, please, you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you very much. One thing is, it can be overwhelming at times. We can't run away from that. Like when I was getting to the peak of finishing my PhD, it was as if the whole world was on my head. That's the level of overwhelm I used to feel at that time. But one thing I did was there was a day I even called Dr. Shekina. Maybe she would have forgotten. I just needed somebody to vent, to just tell my mind. Like it was as if the whole pressure was on my head. And she said, I should spend my money on errands, just like Prof said. I said, spend your money on errands. If there are people that can assist you, help them. I now have to just put some structures in place to assist myself. So we can also do that. We should, whatever task we can delegate, please let's delegate. And then we should also give ourselves grace. We can't do everything at once. Last week, I was doing a lot at the same time. I was marking, I was doing this, I was doing that. And I discovered that I was tense and everything was just, the pressure was just so much. At the point, I put everything aside and just tried to sleep. For a whole day, I was sleeping and resting because I discovered that the tension, it was even affecting my health, my mental health. The whole thing was just, the pressure was so much. So let's give ourselves some grace and know that. I now told myself that whoever told us that we can balance it has lied to us. So we cannot balance anything.
But we can actually balance it.
Because
We
the
can
pressure was
balance
so
it.
much. I just
But
tried to sleep.
we can balance it
Okay,
to
ma.
actually
Yeah,
balance it. But you
Okay,
eventually
ma.
you
You
find a way
can
of
balance
balancing it
it.
now.
we
You
can
balance
balance
Yes,
it
it.
ma.
eventually.
Just
Okay.
just set priorities. If
All
you
Yes,
right,
have
ma.
thank you.
Yes,
priorities.
Thank you
okay.
very
Yes,
much.
that's
Thank you
one
very
thing.
much.
And
That's the last
relaxation
thing I
is
wanted
very,
to say.
very important. Oh,
Prioritizing our tasks.
relaxation.
Yes,
Yeah, thank you, ma.
yes.
Thank you, ma. So now I
Prioritizing
would just
the
want
the
who should I
important
ask
things.
now? Let me ask
Very important.
Professor Allo. Professor Allo. Yes, we just talked about a married woman now. For an unmarried woman, so how exactly can that person now is unmarried? Yeah,
It's breaking. I can't hear you clearly.
still audible. Okay, but I think
Hello,
is
can
it
you
better
come
now?
over? It's
No,
breaking.
no problem, no problem. I think because of our time, don't worry, Professor Allo. I'm going to post that on the Women in AI group, so you can do justice to it on the group because of our time. So I would just like to say thank you to all my wonderful, fully packed, fully equipped women. You can attest to the fact that I actually, like I said initially, my net caught, very large fish that I cannot carry alone. And I see that you all enjoyed the session with me, and I believe we have learned one or two things. As woman on this call, uh, I want to plead with you. I want to advise that you should join, if you have not joined Women in AI team or the Women in AI group, Women in AI membership, you should try to join, if not for anything. Join at least for the wealth of these women that you have that you can actually lean on. You can hear lots of them speaking and saying, referring to one person, referring to the other person. I called this person, I spoke with this person. It's a very beautiful community. We ask that, or we are putting this to you, that you should try to join the community so that you can gain more from our community. We have lots of things we do, webinars, we have different sessions, and we still have a very big program that is upcoming in the nearest, in some months to come. Yeah, how to join? Yes, Madam Adiola, I'm not sure if she's still on this call. If she's not, I can just quickly find a way of looking for the link, and I'll drop it before I.
Hello.
You said?
Hello,
Are you
ma'am.
there? Thank you, ma'am. Please, someone is asking how can she join the Women in AI group? Please drop the link on the call.
Okay. All right.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
ma'am. I'll be doing that, ma'am.
Thanks a lot. So I would want to appreciate all my panelists. I say thank you, thank you. Words cannot appreciate you enough. Like we are a volunteer group. I want to say thank you for volunteering your time, for volunteering your knowledge, for volunteering your ideas. Thank you very much. We are so grateful. And on behalf of the lead Women in AI Nigeria, Dr. Sekinat Folonsho, if you have been listening to this talk, you would have seen that her name had popped up so many times. She is a wonderful woman. She is the woman behind Women in AI Nigeria. She's the one behind IndabaX Nigeria. She's the one behind the lyrics in Nigeria. She's the
I
one
wonder
behind
how
the
she
share.
does everything. She doesn't sleep. Oh, at midnight, she's sending messages.
Dr.
I've never seen
Sekinat,
that kind of woman.
she's a wonderful woman. Please, let us give her a round of applause. Please, the emojis, please. Let's show our love. Let's show our love. I will say thank you, Ma. Thank you to everyone that has been part of the community. Madam Adiola, Madam Cecilia, Madam Tumilara, everyone that has been volunteering in one way or the other, in one department or the other, in one unit or the other. I want to say thank you to you. We cannot have Women in AI without you. We love you. IndabaX, we say thank you for giving us this opportunity. Thank you very much. So I would like to hand over to IndabaX at this point. IndabaX, can you take back your mic? All right.
Thank you, everyone. And thank you, everyone, for joining. Really appreciate all your presence. Trust if so with thumbs up emoji. Tell me how you enjoyed the section with emoji. I want to see how you enjoyed the section, everyone. Thank you. I know we all are enjoying that section. We all enjoyed it. I'm very glad we did. So at this point, as a woman or as women in AI, think of a solution within your community, within your friends, within your school that you can support. Look for somebody that you can bring up, that you are going to support their career. Not just by saying you can always reach out to me and they'll reach out to you. And as lecturers, as leaders, we are always busy. Yes, we are always busy. So I don't want to get to a point where we're keeping everyone on their toes and say, I called Professor something, they are not around.
Okay, so at some point you'll be like, okay, I called Dr. Dr. Sekinat, she's not always picking my call. So at some point, what I would advise is that always, before you reach out to these people, always have an attempt, have something specific that you want to ask them. These people are also busy. Let's not make it an habit of saying because they are here, they are always available. Always make attempt also at every point. Thank you everyone for joining this amazing session. We had a very great day today at the IndabaX virtual conference stroke Women in AI Nigeria 2026. Thank you everyone for joining us. Thank you everyone. We are going to be closing today on this note and see all that. So tomorrow we're going to be live streaming tomorrow's event also as day 2. So if you're going to be on site and we'll be online. So for those that are going to be on site, if you want to meet the Vice Chancellor's speech, so you need to get here as early as possible. So see you all tomorrow and thank you all for joining. Have a great evening, everyone. Bye. Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Yeah, bye-bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye, everyone. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. See you again.
It's good to see you again tomorrow. See everyone
Yes,
tomorrow.
see you
Bye.
tomorrow.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
You never thought you did from papa. Which kind of money we never see before. Cause hello me, got me feeling I'm the one. Ajay, can never take my cake away.